Welcome to this free Adobe Lightroom Beginners course. In this fully comprehensive 5-hour tutorial, you will be learning all the tools and basics of Lightroom. If you would like to learn everything and use Adobe Lightroom like a pro, get access to the full course by clicking the link in the description box down below. Without further ado, let's get started.
Welcome, fellow photographers or fellow beginners, to this Lightroom course. In this course, you will learn so much and learn how to fully work with the Adobe Lightroom Classic. Not only will you learn how to edit an image, you will learn how to export it in different modules, you will learn how to share them, and you will also learn how to edit certain style, which a lot of times is the reason people even download Lightroom, because they want to edit like the popular trends they're seeing online. They want to edit a certain style and get those Instagram likes. And you will learn how to publish your works online, where to publish them, and enter your photos into contests, join different communities, and basically you're starting from the bottom and all the way to the top. By the end of this course, you will have your own portfolios online. You will have an array of your edited image in your library. You will have your accounts on different platforms where you can join communities, join contests, join challenges, and learn to grow in the field that you've chosen. Now, Lightroom is something you've probably heard a lot of. There's a lot of presets being sold, a lot of tutorials out there, a lot of plugins, and so much more. And let me just say that Lightroom is worth all the hype. But what sets it apart from other programs is that not only can you import an image and edit them, but you can actually go further and export or print your images in different forms. We will get into what each of them are, because when you first open Lightroom, it might be a little intimidating. There's so many options, so many modules, so many panels. But once we get to explore each one by one, it won't be as difficult anymore. So Lightroom is a great management software, photo management software, and what it does is that you can keep track of where your images were shot, in what collections they are, where they're exported, and how they are exported. Now keep in mind that there's two Lightrooms. In this course, we're using Lightroom Classic. There's another Lightroom called Lightroom CC, and the main difference is that in Lightroom CC, it's cloud-based. So whatever you do is connected to your Adobe Cloud, but whatever you do in Lightroom Classic, it's connected to your hard drive or your external drives. Lightroom CC just has the editing parts and the exporting parts, although not every kind of exporting. Whereas Lightroom Classic has so much more options, and at times you would be shocked that software like this even has those options. So for you to begin, when you want to first start editing images, I would definitely recommend that you start with Lightroom Classic. The main reason for that is that yes, it is more complex, but if you know how to work with Lightroom Classic, working with Lightroom CC is no big deal. Because everything in Lightroom CC, except for the cloud-based storage, is available in Lightroom Classic. So definitely start with Lightroom Classic. It's available in the Adobe Store. You can go and download it, no problem. And if you just put enough time to learn each of these once, editing an image, exporting them will be a piece of cake for you. So in Lightroom, again, you can, import your image like you can do with any other software. You can rate them, you can label them, you can add metadata, you can add keywords to it, add comments, and not only that, but you can create your own presets where you can either sell them or give it to or use it yourself. So you're saving time for yourself. So you would import your images in in Library. So you would import images in Library. You would develop them, which is the editing part. You can organize them in Map, organize them based on where they were taken. And here you have the options for exporting. You can create your own book here. Yes, you can create a book in Lightroom. And you can fix the layout if you want any text in there, if you want what you want the cover image to look like, how many pages. You can do all of that in Lightroom. And then after that, all you have to do is just wait for the book to arrive to you. Now, obviously, they are doing a collaboration with Blurb, which is a self-publishing platform. We'll get into that in other lessons. Then you can make a slideshow with Lightroom. You can arrange your images, put a background music, put some text overlay, and then export it to either PDF or a movie, depending on whether you want the music and the transitions to be there. You can print your images with high resolution, arrange the layout, how big or small you want each one of them to be, and it connects straight to your printer, so you don't have to do much. Just have to put the paper in there and do your adjustments here, and then Lightroom will take care of everything else. And finally, you can create your own online portfolio, and then you can create an HTML. And there's a lot of templates that Lightroom gives you, so all you have to do is just drag and drop and just do a few personalized adjustments, and then you're good to go. So the Lightroom Classic has all of these and so much more that we will learn in the future, but Lightroom CC doesn't have any of these. All you can do in Lightroom CC is import, edit, and export, or share it elsewhere. So that is why, again, start with Lightroom Classic and then move on to Lightroom CC. So without further ado, let's get started. So what makes an image edited in the right way? What are the factors that contribute to a good image? Well, apart from the factors you would use in capturing the image with the camera, the factors that you would have to use while editing an image are pretty simple, but it takes time to master them. These three things are light, color, and detail. Now, light is about how bright your image is, how dark those shadows are, how bright those highlights are, and all of those that contribute to the image and the subject being clearly seen to those who see the image. And if we miss any of these while keeping the other two, the image is incomplete. If I have a perfectly exposed image, I have balanced the highlights and the shadows, I have the colors, they're well saturated, the colors are, they have harmony among them, but my image is blurry, then I have not edited my image the right way. The other way around also works. If I have the perfect colors, I have the perfect detail, my image is sharp, the colors are matching, but it's underexposed. So if I edit an image if I edit an image while skipping out on any of these factors, the image would be incomplete. So whenever you're editing any type of image, whether it's black and white, whether it's a macro image, if it's a sci-fi image, any style, any category, these three factors need to be in that image. Now, I'm going to get into I'm going to be more specific with what each of these are and what they're shown as in Lightroom. So when we look at any photo editing software, we do come across each of these tabs. I'm mainly focusing on Lightroom right now, but you would be able to find any of these in any other software. So let's start with light. Light is composed of the following categories in Lightroom. The first thing that you see when you want to edit an image would be below the white balance, would be the tone of the image. And that counts for the lighting of the image, the exposure, how bright or dark the overall image is, the contrast, the difference between the lights and darks of the image, highlights, the brightest parts of the image, whites, the white parts of the image. This is more general compared to this. Shadows, the darkest part of our image, blacks, the dark parts of our image. When we control each and every single one of these, we are controlling the lightness of our image, which allows us to see the other two parts of the image. So if there is no light in the image, I cannot see the colors or the detail to begin with. So I would say the light is the most important thing. The same thing goes for us. If we see a world without light, if all the lights were turned off, there was no sun, we cannot see any color or any detail in our daily lives. So light plays a big part in everything. And without light, we wouldn't be able to see color or detail again. So when you edit an image, you want to make sure you are adjusting every single one of these to make your image seen and for the subject to be well lit. So we have gotten into these. We will get into these in the following lectures. You'll learn how to control each one and what each of these do when looking at the example image. The next section is color. Now, the things that contribute to color in Lightroom are vibrance, saturation, color luminance, temperature, and tint. Hue and saturation, the hue also counts for this, and the calibrations, but those are something that you would want to add on to. They're not as vital as these are. That's why they're not included here. So what is vibrance? Vibrance targets the parts of the image that aren't that saturated to begin with. So if we have a sky that is a really light blue color, we would need to use the Vibrance tab to bring more color to that area. And saturation, these two do get a bit confusing. A lot of times when you start out, you wonder which one is what, which one should you use first, and that is completely normal. What saturation does is that it controls the intensity of that color. So if I had that really pale sky and I brought some vibrancy to it, I can now adjust how intense I want that blue color to be. If I move the saturation up, it would be very intense. It would look almost cartoon-like. And if I bring it all the way down, I'm removing all intensity, making the image colorless. When you are editing an image, you want to first start with vibrancies to set the color out, to identify and pick out those colors first, and then adjust how intense you want those colors to look. The next thing is color luminance. Luminance stands for the brightness, and color is the color. So we're talking about the brightness of the color. Again, let's use the sky as an example. The blue sky, do I want the blue to be light, or do I want the blue to be darker? Now, this is not talking about the shade of blue, it's talking about the brightness and darkness of the image. In the following lessons, we'll learn about the how this works and how this is about the brightness and not the shade of the color. Don't confuse these. You shouldn't confuse these. They're not the same thing. The next in line is temperature. Like the name suggests, it's about how warm or cold the image is. And a lot of times, temperature is used to balance the colors in the image, or to create a certain mood. If you've all watched movies before, and if you look at the flashbacks that the main characters have, a lot of times the warm color, like a warm temperature, is used in that scene to create a warm and friendly area. But when you use cold, it's trying to show something mysterious, something sad, and something that's far off. So you can use the temperature to 1, set the mood, and 2, balance the colors. let's say if I have a lot of blues in my image, I didn't change them, just like it's an image of the ocean, let's say, with a really blue sky, and we have blue on blue, I would use the temperature to balance it out. The other thing that helps balance an image and give it a mood is tint. Now, tint, unlike temperature, is about we have the slider, it goes to either magenta or green. These two, again, can create a certain mood and can complement the colors that you already have. So we will learn about how these affect an image in upcoming lessons. So don't worry if it's a bit confusing right now, you will learn what they each do. And finally, we have detail. Like we mentioned, an image without detail is an incomplete image because we can't really see the sharpness of the subject. Where is the subject? Even if the image is completely blurred out, you cannot identify the subject, and naturally the human eye would not be able to focus on that. If you're scrolling on Instagram and you see a completely blurred image, that image will not catch your eye, so you would just skip over it. That's why detail is really important. Highly detailed images are what captures the eye. But again, you shouldn't go overboard and add so much detail that the image becomes full of noise and it's looking crooked. We're going to see how that plays out in the upcoming lessons. So the sliders to contribute to the detail of the image include sharpness, dehaze, clarity, texture, noise, and lens correction. Now, sharpness is about the sharpness of the already existing edges in the image. So if your subject is wearing glasses and the edges of the glasses are already there, you would use sharpness to further sharpen the edges of that glasses. You're not adding to anything, you're enhancing what's already there. Now, dehazing is not something related to sharpness, but it does unhaze your image. When you first take an image, it has a kind of a fog over it, and dehazing helps remove that. So it adds a lot of detail to your image. And personally, it's my favorite slider because it can do so much with just moving it a little bit. But again, like any other sliders, you should also be aware of going overboard with this slider. Now, clarity brings out the textures in the edges. So if your edge is not looking as you can barely see it, you would use the clarity to further bring it out. Clarity also affects the areas that don't have edges. So let's take someone's face, for example. If I increase the clarity, not only am I sharpening the lip area, for example, I'm also sharpening and exposing the like my pimples or the texture of my skin. Again, this is not something that you would want to go overboard with. This also affects the lighting of the image too. So it's a really effective tool when you're editing an image, and you want to use it gradually so that your image does not look crooked. Texture brings out the texture of the image. Let's say we're taking a photo of a wooden box. Now the wooden box already has a lot of textures. When we're using the texture slider, we're enhancing the texture of that part and not the sharpness. They're not the same thing. Let's look at another example. If I'm taking an image of an orange and the texture of the orange is there, I'm going to use the texture tab to further bring out the little bumps on the orange. And that texture is something that's used a lot on macro photography or some images that are really close up on a subject or an object. Now, a lot of times when you're working with these, you will end up creating noise. Now, noise comes in two categories. We have color noise and we have regular noise. Noise show up as little dots all across your image, sometimes only in certain parts. But they're already there when you take an image. It's not something that you should worry about when you see it. But when you do use these guys, you tend to increase the noise. So after you're done with these, you need to make sure you reduce the noise to balance out the image. They're going to show up as little dots all over the image, and you just simply need to reduce and smooth out those areas without affecting the edge and the sharpness of the image. We'll see what they look like in further lessons. And lens corrections. Like we mentioned earlier, there are going to be some errors in your lens when you take an image. This is not something you should worry about. It happens to every lens and every camera. And what they look like is, first of all, the corners could be dark or bright. You need to fix that. And sometimes you're giving the image a fisheye effect. And you could fix that effect in lens correction, or if your image is looking too flat, you could give it that fisheye effect in lens correction. Now, in lens correction, you also have something called chromatic aberration. What this looks like is that, again, it's something natural. It will look like blobs of color. It's normally blue or purple and other colors, and they would show up on the corners or the edges of your object, or sometimes the subject. So let's say I have a photo of a drawer, and if I have chromatic aberration, at the edge of my drawer there's going to be this green line. That is called a chromatic aberration, and I can use it by simply moving, either automatically removing it, telling Lightroom to remove it, or I can manually defringe the color out of my image. We will see what that looks like in further lessons. So these are the principles of any photo, whether you're taking the photo or you're editing the image. Should always keep these in mind, and we're going to see examples of how these affect an image overall. So I'll see you in the next lesson, where I will show you the examples and we can talk more about the importance of these guys. I'll see you in the next lesson. So let's start with light. For the purpose of explaining each of these ones, I'm going to use images online. Some of them are credited down here. And the first thing we talked about was light. Now, the most important part of light is the exposure of your image. This is something you would adjust in your camera, but sometimes something happens or you forget to adjust them and you end up with a dark image like this. And this is where post-production editing comes in handy, because you can fix that with the exposure slider and further adjust the lighting with the other adjustment tabs underneath it. So when you underexpose an image, notice that we have some nice blues in the actual image, some people, and those are people, and we have this bridge, we have the waters. And what happens when we underexpose the image, we can barely see our subject and the waves as well as the blueness of the sky. So you're essentially losing everything, and if this was my final image, I couldn't share it anywhere because it's not a proper image. It is it has a big mistake in it. We can't see anything, basically. So exposure is something you want to make sure your image has. And again, if you couldn't accomplish that while taking the photo, you can always do it in post-production editing. And in Lightroom, apart from the exposure tab, we also have the selective adjustment tab, where we can use the graduated filter, radial filter, or the adjustment brush to affect certain areas. So it's really simple. We just need to have an eye for a well-exposed image and know where we need to stop when we're adjusting them. Now, when you enter Lightroom in the Develop tab, the first thing you see on the right side, the top right, is something like this. This is called a histogram, and it's a really helpful tool to know how exposed or underexposed your image is. And usually it also has colors as well. Right now we're only talking about the lighting, so it's white. So if we look at each one of these, we can see that these little shapes differ when our exposure is affected. So we have underexposed, and right now we see it's on the left, and that is because it's going to be really difficult to bring it back in the post-production editing. Now, I did say that we could, but like I mentioned earlier, you would bring a lot of noise into the image. So if you want to do that, you want to make sure you have a highly detailed image in a raw format, a good file size, so you have the option or a chance to fix the image. But if my image was taken in JPEG and it's a really underexposed image, chances are I'm going to further ruin the image by bringing a lot of noise and chromatic aberration into it. So if you look at your image when you first bring it up in Lightroom and you see this, the white bar is all the way to the left, you will know that you will have a difficult experience trying to revive the image. Now, the next thing is that just know that if it's on the left, it's towards the darker side. If it's on the right, it's towards the lighter side. With the images, if you look at the histogram in the Lightroom, you will see that there's also colors, and a lot of times those colors, like the blues and the reds, will be on the left, and that is because those colors are underexposed. But right now it's white, so this is just talking about the overall lightness of the image. So here it's giving us some tips, but this is something you would use when you're taking the photo. So you can read this if you want, but we're just talking about what each of these graphs are trying to tell us. Now, if it's a little bit moved to the right, like so, it is it's acceptable. It's not too underexposed. It's not properly exposed either. But a lot of times this is what you are looking for, like the example here. If you're taking a night photo, you cannot fully expose the images because you're trying to capture the stars and the moon. So you would want something that's underexposed, but not in a bad way like this. So it's just a bit to the middle between the underexposed and the neutral exposed. So again, it's giving us solution for when we're taking the image. And this will bring noise as well if you try to expose it. But again, if you're taking a night image, you wouldn't want to expose your image. You just have the right settings in your camera and you've shot the sky. And naturally, the things that would shine through those darkness is the stars or the moon. So you would need to actually further darken the sky to keep the brightness of the stars and the moon. And this is the safest exposure, as it mentions here. When you're dealing with like portraits or a landscape, this is what you should be looking for. You want your image to be nicely exposed. And this way you can have a lot more control over the other parts of the editing, like the color and the detail. And this way your subject, which would usually be closer to the camera, can be visible, and you won't have to deal with noise either. Even if you did, it would be a really tiny bit and you can just get rid of it. But because it's already nicely exposed, when we first bring it in, we won't be having a lot of difficulty trying to edit the image. Now, if it's exposed to the right, this is again, it's the same thing. It's in between the worst and the best. So this would be something you would have in a sunny sky, for example. It's not fully exposed. It's exposed the right way. And you can actually use post-production editing to enhance the lighting. This is not that bad, depending on the image and the kind of exposure you were going for when you first set your camera. But these three fields are not something to worry about that much. This is the best setting you can get, but again, it differs on which type of image you have captured. And finally, we have overexposed. Overexposure is going to look like as if someone turned on a flashlight and is putting it straight in your eye. It's kind of hard to look at, and it essentially ruins the image. So, especially if you're shooting directly at the sun, your image is going to be overexposed because not even the camera can look at the sun like that without special settings. So try to avoid these two at all costs and save yourself the trouble of editing and try to recapture the image. Of course, if you are a pro, you could kind of save the image, but that would not be something that I would recommend if you're just starting out. Try to look for this, and if it was one of these two, it's acceptable. Now that we know what the lighting looks like, we can go back to see how the colors are and what we need to avoid when we're setting the colors. I will see you in the next lesson. Let's use an example. You have a small business that produces cakes. You bake the cakes yourself. So think of the traditional primary colors, which is red, yellow, blue. Same colors you were taught in painting lessons and other things. These red, yellow, and blue, think of them as the ingredients that you use to make your cake. Now, the process that you use to make that cake, think of them as the digital primary colors, which are not the same. There are red, green, and blue. And then we have another primary color for printing the image. Think of printing as packaging that cake, which is SMYK. These are all really important colors when it comes to creating that cake, or in our case, a form of art. So, traditionally, when you think of primary colors, you would think that the red, yellow, and blue would be what is used in digital photography or digital images in general. And that is not correct. We don't have the yellow. Instead, it is replaced by the green. If you notice in the color calibration tab in the Lightroom, you will see a red primary, a green primary, and a blue primary. There is no yellow. So let's look at the primary colors in digital format. Okay, these are the primary colors that are used in the digital world. As you can see, it's red, green, and blue, and it's no longer red, yellow, and blue. Now, RGB is what we call it, is the core of digital colors. Everything is made from red, greens, and blues in every part of an image. And in post-production processing, we can use these tabs to further adjust our colors because there's red, greens, and blues in every part of an image. Now, as we talked earlier, the packaging. If I wanted to print my digital image, I would have to convert it to SMYK. Now, these stands for cyan, magenta, yellow, and black. And it's called K because B already stood for blue. So when I need to print my image, I need to convert the RGB values to SMYK. And usually it is a automatic process. Like in Photoshop, you have this option where you go in the values and you change it from RGB to SMYK. And in Lightroom, in the Print tab, you would have to do the same if you want to print your images as a photo book or a singular print. So these are the colors that you need to keep in mind. When you're editing, you will not see a RYB. You would see an RGB. So it's good to be familiar with the values and what each of them are used for. Now let's look at how we could use the color adjustments to enhance original colors we have in our image. So I have this image right here. It's really colorful, and using the post-production tabs, I have ended up oversaturating the image. Now, what does oversaturated mean? We talked earlier that saturation is the intensity of the colors. Right now, the reds, the greens, the blues, they're all so intense that we have lost detail. Like here in her dress, it looks like a piece of paper was stuck to her. And also in the greens. So when we intensify the color, we lose the detail and we make the photo just look bad. This right now, when you look at it, it kind of gives you a bad vibe because it's so oversaturated, nothing looks natural. And normally your eyes would just skip over this, and you would see it as a bad image in general. Now, this is called oversaturated and not over vibrant, because vibrancy does not have the capability of making the colors this intense. That is the saturation tab, which is available in the HSL panel as well as the presence panel in the basic one, in Lightroom that is. So when you're saturating your image, you want to avoid this kind of outlook as much as possible. Now let's look at the original image and see what we have, what has been done by oversaturating. Alright, this is the colors that are just vibrant. We haven't changed the lighting, which is the colors were just touched by using this. So here's how it was when it was saturated. This is what it looks when it's just vibrant. And this has room for some saturation and for light, but we're just talking about the colors right now, so this is what it looks like. Notice here that when it was saturated, the dress has no detail, but look, right now we have all the details. So the colors are what sets a certain mood in your image. Right now we have this really vibrant green and this red. This gives you a warm spring or summer look. The mood is a friendlier mood compared to if the image was, we had some orange colors here. Maybe she was wearing a blue dress. Colors play a vital part in the mood of our image and how it looks overall. Oversaturating them can completely ruin the image, no matter how much time you spent adjusting your ISO, your focal length, and all that. If you oversaturate your image, you have ruined it. So yeah, you want to pay close attention to how much you use the saturation tab as well as the vibrant tab. You want them to be balanced like this image, so you're not losing detail and you're keeping the excellency of the image. So let's move on to the next lesson where we talk about detail. I will see you in the next lesson. The third and final part of the principle is detail. In this lesson, we're going to go over how detail plays a vital role in your images and how without detail, your images will look like this, basically. So when you first saw this image, your eyes directly went to the one on the left. That is because you were quickly able to identify the flowers. And then looking at the right image, that's the second thing you saw, because it took you a while to realize that, oh, this is the same image, but on the right it is not sharpened. So this is why detail plays a vital role. As humans, we need to quickly be able to identify what we're seeing to connect to it. If I didn't know this was flowers, I'm just going to look at it for a long time until I realize that, oh, these were flowers. And right now this image is not as distorted, but a lot of times you will have a really distorted image and it's going to be really hard for your viewers to find out or figure out what they're seeing exactly. So this is an example. Right here we have the same image, the same subject, but over here it's as if the camera moved a little and now it is blurred. Now we're also going to talk about how blurring is sometimes needed in your image when you're trying to go for a certain style. This is an example of what your image will look like when it's blurred, and how it was hard for you to identify the flowers when you first saw it. Now let's look at another example. So this style of photography is called macro photography. It's where you have one singular object focused while the others are blurred in the background. By you adjusting your camera settings, you can achieve this kind of look. Now, right now, if I have not preserved the details in this image, like the image is blurry, it's not looking so good right now because we were going for a macro shot and we weren't able to achieve that. In this image, you cannot really say that, oh, I was trying to be, aesthetic. I was going for this blurred look because, well, it looks really obvious that your camera was out of focus. And we have lost the details that we could have captured in this image just by blurring it out. So without detail, you wouldn't be able to tell that this is a flower, and you wouldn't be able to tell what is going on inside. So blurring, when your image is blurred or when it's over sharpened, it can ruin your image. It has a big effect with how your subject is outlined. Now, blurring can be used for a specific style of editing, but it depends on what kind of blurring. Right now, this blurring is called a motion blur. And what it means is that it's a blurring done in motion. Right now, you can see the subject was on the swing, and because she was moving, the photographer has created this motion blur effect, which adds to the mood of the image. Now, this kind of blurring is a widely used style and it's very popular now. So sometimes you can use blurring to enhance your image and make it pretty. Although you would have to use motion blur in a more advanced software. But I'm just using this example here to show you that sometimes blurring can be acceptable. Other times we have a certain style where we need to enhance the blurring. In this example right here, we have a shot of blueberries and we have blueberries in the back, but the camera is focused on this blueberry, or should I say on this part of the image. So sometimes you would need to use blurring to create a macro effect. Even when originally when you took the image, this part wasn't blurred, you can add that effect to make it a macro shot, like the one we can see here. So here blurring is used to our advantage. And that is how blurring is used to either enhance the image, and how sharpness is used to bring attention to the main subject. So in the next lesson, we're going to see how all of these three principles combine to make a decent image. So look at this image. What is the first thing you notice? It's kind of looking uneasy, rough, and it just doesn't make you feel good. It makes you feel like this image has a lot of issues and it's not looking normal. If we see here the image is tilted, we have some rough shadows. The image is underexposed, and we have over sharpened the edges. We've just created a mess here, basically. Now, this is when all of those principles are used in a wrong way. When you first open Lightroom, you might be tempted to turn everything to the full slider or remove it completely so you can see what it looks like. But a lot of times we get used to what we edited, and then we will think that this is a good image. And yes, the image is sharp, it is colorful, but it's not looking right. It's not correct. It's not correctly edited. So you want to avoid these type of images when you edit. This is not what you want to go for. Now let's look at an image that's a bit more softer. This image is correct. We have some colors. It is not tilted anymore. It's sharp. The highlights are gone. The shadows are well exposed. But it could be better. We could add more contrast because her face just looks a bit completely brightened, as well as the details back here. So you see that the subject right now is light, but so is the background, and that is not correct. Obviously, when the subject is in front of the camera and the camera is focusing on it, there would have to be a difference with what is focused on and what is not focused on. So again, this image is a lot better than the last one, but it still could be better. So here we're using the principles to a good degree. We have sharpness. We can see the subject's eyes and all of her other features, as well as her hair, her hat, and all that. The image is also correctly exposed. It's not too dark. We can actually identify the mountains, the sunflowers, the subject, and the props that are around her. We can also see the colors and how they played out. We can see that the sunflowers have a sunflower color. The greens do resemble leaves, especially sunflower leaves, which are vibrant green. They're not oversaturated. They're kept on the more natural side. We can see the subject's face. It's not overly saturated again. It's not desaturated. She does not look like a zombie. Or should I say a vampire? Her face is flushed to the right degree. It has that human face warmth. You know, it's a bit red, but it's not too red at the same time. We have our blue sky with some clouds in it, and the difference in color helps us identify the clouds. So when we look at this image, we can quickly identify the parts, whereas in the previous image, it's not even, you can't even look at it. It's too rough. It kind of bothers the eyes as well. You're having a hard time identifying those flowers because they look neon. We've kind of ruined the colors. So does the scarf around her neck. And the details in her clothing and hair is completely gone. And it's also tilted. Let's go back here. But when it is rightly exposed, we can actually see the details in her clothing and her hair, while also being able to identify the background as well as the props. So this is what a properly exposed image looks. And again, it could be better. We could reduce the shadows a bit more or add contrast. And this is how each of these principles play out in a nicely edited image. This way you will have a better understanding of how each of these keys and the tabs that we talked about earlier play a vital role in editing an image with Lightroom. This is the end of this lecture. I will see you in the next lectures where we'll actually get into the different parts of Lightroom and the different tabs and what they do and how they affect the image. Each image tells a story, and the way they tell the story is through the mood that they portray. This is probably one of the most important things that you guys need to keep in mind when you're editing your image in Lightroom. And portraying mood starts from the color that you're using, maybe in your color grading or when you're changing the hue of certain colors. Right now I have this color wheel to help better explain what each of these colors mean and what each of them do when you add them to an image. So we've all watched movies, and if you paid close attention, you notice that movies use certain colors to help attract your emotions or maybe manipulate your emotions. And we're going to start to see what each of these do. And we're going to start with green. When you think of green, you think of plants, right? You think of nature, you think of leaves, of the grass and all that. And what this does when you're in a grass field, you're going to feel at peace. You're going to feel safe. You're going to feel this really good energy coming from you. And when you use this color green in your images, it shows hope, right? It shows hope, but on the other hand, it can also show survival in like a bad way. So each of these colors have a good side and a bad side. And the reason for that is that that's how the brain works. So depending on what's in the image, I can use the color green to manipulate the emotions of those who see it. So let's look at two examples. If I have a photo of maybe a child running through the flowers, I can add a green color grading to show hope through my image. But if my image had maybe zombies in there and like someone running away from those zombies, I can again use green to show survival. So you see they can be used in two different ways. But that's what green does. We're going to look at other examples in movies, because we know we've all seen movies and that helps us better understand what each of these do. And in a further lesson, we're going to apply all of these to a singular image so we can see how it looks like and how the moods can be changed quickly. Now the next thing is yellow. Yellow is written here: creativity, fear, natural, unaffected. To be more specific, it can show maybe betrayal, danger, judgment, or jealousy. And it can also show fear. Again, it depends on what's in the image. And we talked earlier that the warm colors create a friendly and passionate environment compared to cold colors that create a kind of a lifeless, sad environment. Now, if we look at the warm colors right here, again, warmness, exotic, attraction, energy, love, passion, danger, power, aggression. And we have quite a lot of things here for orange and red. This is what each of them portray. When you use these colors, you're trying to show these messages. Then we have purple, that's innocence, beauty, womanliness, fashion. Although I don't quite agree with this example, it would most likely show expressionism. And it would show maybe a dreamlike mood for your image. In further lessons, we will see the style of Brandon Wolfel. He's a photographer and he uses purples and magentas a lot in his image, along with cyans and teals. And you're going to see how that changes the mood of an image. And finally, we have blue, which is calm, coldness, isolation, and fantasy. This also shows sadness and the cold reality, right? So if you've seen movies, maybe the character is sad, he's looking in the mirror, it would usually have a blue tint as an overlay on that scene. And that is because the person who color graded that scene wants you to connect to that scene and feel the sadness that the character is feeling. And then we have white. If you've watched if you've seen maybe like the Hunger Games or any other futuristic movies, the color white is used a lot. Now the color white is basically, it means that there's no emotion and everything is leveled. When you enter a hospital, everything is white. But because there are nurses and there are people, you don't feel that emptiness. Now imagine you entered that hospital and there was no one there. So you're just surrounded by white walls, white beds, white desks, and white everything. It also creates like a fearful, it also makes you fearful because you can't really connect to all the white that is around you. That is why you need to always pair white with another color. So now that we know what each of these are, and here just showing the, it's further explaining the colors and how they work with each other. This is not that important right now. We're going to look at the examples where these colors are used to portray an emotion. Okay, here's a more specific example of how each of these colors play a role in portraying a mood. I'm going to start from the left, And we have the color red right now. Now we talked that red calls for passion, for love, for affection. It does that, but on the other hand, it shows violence, anger, and power. So if you watch Star Wars and whenever there's the villains, you probably notice that they have like a red hue. Or where there's like a robot that wants evil, it's going to have a red tint as well. And if there's something goes wrong in a plantation and the alarm goes off, there's a red light that calls for danger, right? So when you have that in mind and you look at this image, you know that something dangerous is going to happen or that there's going to be a lot of violence. And then we have orange. While orange shows warmth, energy, maybe humor and all that, it also shows hopelessness or an endless journey. So if, for example, we have this movie here, he's like a soldier, and if this soldier is left alone to fight all of his enemies, this orange tint will help the viewers understand that this soldier might be feeling hopeless right now. So that's how the color is used for us to better understand the situation. And then we have the color yellow. And yellow shows jealousy and betrayal, or maybe like judgment. But it also shows a energetic mood. Like in movies, the color yellow is used to show jealousy, betrayal, danger, or judgment. And on the other hand, yellow can show a friendly and inviting mood as well. It all depends on what the subject is. Right now we have Natalie Portman. She is deep in thought. She is wearing the color yellow. And looking at this scene, it may suggest that she's thinking of, she's either jealous, she experienced betrayal, or she's thinking of betraying. And the yellow mood kind of brings the energetic vibe that is needed for this scene. And the yellow helps portray that mood. And then we have the color green. We said that the color green calls for survival or hope. In a lot of movies, when they go back to a flashback, for example, the queen was murdered, the color green is used when like the queen is breathing heavily, running away from those attackers. The color shows that she's trying hard to survive, and it makes us feel for her. And it gets us excited as well. Is she going to live? Is she going to die? And that's how green is used. On the other hand, it could be used for hope and for a new beginnings. But right now for this, it's not really showing hope or new beginnings. It's showing survival. And then we have the color blue. The color blue is used quite often in both photography and cinematography. The color blue is used a lot in sci-fi, and it shows a cold, bitter reality mood. We have maybe a sad character who is partying in a club, but when the color is blue, it shows that that character is not feeling well. He's not feeling loved. He's kind of feeling lonely. Whereas if he was partying in a club and we had maybe a red tint over our image or over our movie, we would feel like he's enjoying this, he's happy, and this is going to be a good scene. Then we have the color purple. The color purple usually shows expressionism. A lot of times when there's a character, or maybe there's a opera or a stage and the singer is singing, the color purple would come up because it shows that she or he is expressing themselves, and the color purple helps enhance that mood. And finally, we have pink. Pink kind of goes for more childlike mood. So in this example, it shows a childlike romance, like an innocent kind of romance. It also shows love. If you listen to Melanie Martinez, she's a singer. She uses pink a lot in her music videos and her outfits as well, because she's going for a childhood romance kind of mood. So now let's look at two examples of popular movies where they use these colors to portray a mood. We have all watched Harry Potter, and we know that his parents were murdered. In this scene where it's a flashback, we can see that the mother is alive and there's Harry. Do you notice the orange-red overlay on top of this image? This is trying to show a warm memory. So this was a good memory where they were together and they were both alive. Whereas if we look at another part of the flashback where the mother has died and it's a sad flashback, we can see the blue and cold mood that is trying to that is being portrayed here. This is trying to show that this is a sad scene. You're supposed to feel sad because the mother died and now Harry does not have a mother. And this goes very well when characters are crying. It shows that they're not crying out of happiness, they're actually sad. So this is one example. Let's look at another example of another popular movie. This scene where the critic tries the dish. And notice the environment that he's in. It has a cold mood because he was a serious character, right? He takes no jokes. He takes his job really seriously. And he also does not hold back if you have bad food. But when he tries the food, he has a flashback. This is his flashback where his mother used to make him the same or similar dish. And notice the warm colors, the orange-red colors. When these colors come on top of this flashback, this shows that this was a good memory for that character. And he missed those times. In this scene, he's happy because he had good food. And his mother is caressing him right now. So it's a good memory. He's happy. It's filled with love. The mother's giving him love by making him his favorite dish. So this was the cold and warm moods that can be portrayed using colors. Apart from movies, we can come back to photography. These tints are used, or that's the first thing you will see when you open the basic panel. You will see the white balance that has the temperature. You can either, this would be your normal image without any adjustment. You could make the image warmer or colder, and this affects the mood of your image. Right now when it's warmer, I'm trying to show a friendly and welcoming image. Whereas if I turned it cold, I'm trying to show a sad and sci-fi looking image. It all depends on what you're trying to portray with your color grading. So if you want to show that this is more than just a portrait, I'm going to use this maybe in a flashback or maybe in a project. You can use the temperature of your image to portray a certain mood. Now, apart from the colds and warms, we also have neon colors, which we will get into in the Brandon Wolfel lesson. Now, the thing about neon colors is that no matter what the scene is, no matter what the subject is, what it's doing, neon colors are bound to attract our eyes. So if it was a boring movie until now and then I see this neon scene pop up, my eyes are directly going over to this image. So that's why when you're scrolling and you see a neon image, you can't help but stop to see what the image is. That is why neon colors are really good for attracting attention. Right now, when I opened this, the first thing you saw were these signs, and then you saw the main character. So that's how neon colors are used, or bright colors. But again, you don't want to go overboard when you're saturating colors, or else it will be too harsh to look at. And then on the other side, we have black and white images. Black and whites show a more kind of a flat feel to it. So we have noir films. They do have a storyline and they do have that, but the images, what you see, will not attract the human eye. It's more the story, what the characters are saying, and how the plot is progressing. But black and white images in photography, when you make your image black and white and you enhance those details, you are showing a very dramatic image which you're trying to tell a story with. So if I have a portrait of an old lady and I've made it black and white, and I've also enhanced the details of her wrinkles, maybe her tired eyes, I'm trying to tell a story with my image. And that is how black and white is used in photography. We also have trends in sci-fi or superhero movies where we're using a lot of teal, cyan, orange colors. And what these colors do is that because they're not your usual colors, you would have to achieve them with post-production editing. These create excitement, which goes perfectly well with a sci-fi or superhero movie. You want the audience to be excited about what's going to happen next, what's going to happen to this character, and this style of color grading helps achieve that. And on the other hand, we have realistic colors, like here, these are realistic colors, but here we can see we have a lot of harsh shadows. When we reduce the shadows in our image, we are showing a dramatic look. And dramatic looks are usually used for storytelling images. Like we mentioned in a black and white image, if you're darkening the shadows, you're making that image mysterious. The viewers would want to know what the story is, what happened to this person, what's going to happen to this person. And in movies like Moonlight, this is a scene from Moonlight, we know that when we use harsh shadows and realistic colors, that there is a lot going on in this story, and there's a lot going on with this character. So that is why harsh shadows, well, it's not that harsh, but shadows create a suspicious mood, a mysterious mood. And again, it all depends on what you're trying to say with your image. And then we have movies where, or photos where it's flat and there's a lot of grain in them. The colors are a bit desaturated, and this kind of coloring shows that the image is kind of lifeless, and it's just a brief moment. So this kind of image will not last as long in your mind because there's barely anything that attracts the eye. But it's good for showing a certain experience. It also makes your image look nostalgic. So if I use a old radio machine, I would use this flat, colorless feel to it to show, to bring back memories with that image. And right now, if you've watched this movie, you know that the movie is very slow going and it's pretty dark. And that is why this kind of color grading helps enhance that way of storytelling. And this is how different colors and different styles affect the moods that we have in an image. So moving forward, you want to make sure that the colors and the styles that you are using match perfectly with the goal that you have for the mood that you want to portray. In the following lessons, we'll learn how we can use these styles and these colorings to help our image portray a certain mood. This is the first thing you're going to see when you open Lightroom. And when you have photos previously imported to your catalog, they're going to show up in your library and as well as in your film strip. Right now, I'm on all photographs. That's why I have all of these. But the thing that we talked about earlier is that you can manage the photos, manage the representation of those photos. I'm going to demonstrate it right here. So let's take a look at this image. Now, this image is not on my hard drive right now. It's not on my computer, and I have not, it's not on my computer and it's not in any drive that's connected to the computer. But it still shows up here as a preview. But if I wanted to edit this, for example, I'm going to click on it, go to develop, the file could not be found. So I can't do anything right here. But as soon as I connect the drive that contains this image, I can edit this. And there may be times where you even forget that, oh, I had this image. So you would have to find it, connect it, and then you would be able to edit it. But let's look at another photo that I do have on my drive right now. And Lightroom has access to the location of the original file. That would be this image, for example, and I took this in last year, 2020. I'm able to edit this photo because it is still located on my local drive. And I think this is a great way to manage your images. You would be able to keep track. You could put them in catalogs and also put them in collections and folders. We'll get into those later. But another thing that I did want to mention is that I had the Lightroom Classic a couple years ago. I imported all of these images. I uninstalled the, I'm still using the same computer, but I uninstalled the program itself. And then once when I installed it again, all of my images are still there, or should I say the previews are still there. The catalog is still there, and I think that's really great because let's say if your computer dies and it like factory resets for some reason, you would still be able to have these previews. And if you were lucky and your images were all backed up, you could simply plug in that drive that has the images, locate them on Lightroom, and you could now edit them. And if you notice here, you can see this mark here. This means that the photo is missing. So if you wondered which ones are on your drive right now, because it's really hard to keep track, you could just look up here and it says photo is missing, but this one that we just showed, Smart Preview. Yeah, so I can do anything I want with this image, but not with the ones that the photos are missing, unless I relocate them. Okay, let's say I want to import images. That would be the first thing you would want to do if you don't have any images already. I have enough images, but I'm going to import some images. I'm going to hit import right here. And I'm importing it straight to my catalog, by the way. You could create a new catalog. That is something you would have to do since you've just started. So select a source. Find the source that you have your images in. Let's look at where mine would be. I would be in Files, and let's go on Manipulations. And I have a lot of images right now. As you can see, it's selected every single one. You could hit this, uncheck all, so you can select a few. And there's also, this is all of the photos. And if you hit New Photos, which is the newest one, but I've added them all around the same time, so there isn't a new image. So it doesn't really matter which way I go. And right now it's on Add. This means to, it's asking Lightroom to just add the images. Don't do anything to them. And we just want those basically representations that we talked about. With Move, I can ask Lightroom to move the images from a location to another. With Copy, I can ask Lightroom to create copies of certain images from, let's say, an external drive onto another location through Lightroom. Creating copies is always helpful because it's like having plan B. If you lose the original, you always have the copy. So if you feel like you might lose the original, you can create copies somewhere and make sure to back them up so you don't lose those images. And then you have copy as DNG. Now DNG is Lightroom's own format of camera raw. So it's essentially the same thing, but it's Lightroom's own format. Like camera raw files, DNGs are also quite large in size and in resolution. So you would use this type of format if you want to later print your image or publish it with a really big resolution. But for this case where we're just going to show how to import and edit, that won't be necessary. You would want to do this if you want to later maybe share the image, print the image, and if you wanted like a large output, then you would want to use this. But right now I'm just using add, and I can change the way you can see the images. Right now it's grid view. You can have them be singular like this. And I'll just go back to grid view, and you could change the thumbnail size. And right now they're on the smallest thumbnail size. You could increase these to however large you want them to be. And if you want them to be singular, just press this. And now they're singular. And now let's just choose a bunch of images to import. Let's import this and this. Let me just zoom out. Okay. And you could also sort them. Let's open this by file type, media type, file name, capture type, and checked status. Now media type, well, these are all images, but if you had videos, you could also sort those out. File type, maybe it's a JPEG, maybe it's a PNG. You gotta choose the format. File name, it basically sorts them by name. And the checked state is the last time you did anything with that image. So if I go on checked it, I haven't done anything with these images, so I'm not going to do that. Capture time is the time they were captured. Let's have a look, and the one at the top would be the earliest time that it was captured, and the one at the bottom would be the latest time that it was captured. These are images from Pixels. In this case, that's how they are categorized. So let's just import these two images, and then we have this on. If you're opening, if you plugged in your SD card, your camera SD card, or a flash drive, there would be a lot of duplicates, right? It happens all the time, and Lightroom has this thing where it automatically separates those duplicates. So let's say if I had 3 images of this lady right here, and I turn this on, I would only be seeing one of those. But if I turn this off, I would be seeing all 3. So this is helpful to keep on, just in case you don't want your catalog, you don't want your library to be full of duplicates. And I could even add them to a collection. Let's turn this on, and let's say that I have 2 collections right now. I will have to make a new one actually. Let's name it whites, for example, because there's a lot of whites in these 2 images. Let's create that, and I will add this to whites. And I don't want to do anything with these. Metadata, you could actually make metadata. Let's quickly have a look at how we could do that. Okay, so metadata is basically the invisible data behind each image. That could be your copyright info, your name, the date, whatever you want, even your camera info. There's so much you could put in there. But the basic info, which is what I recommend you guys put, is your name and your information. And what this does is that it just has like an invisible tag that you took this image and this image belongs to you, which is helpful if you're sending these images, you're posting them online, or you're making them available for download. And it's just safe to have some of these, but I'm not going to get into this right now. We'll come back to this later in another lesson. Let's get out of that. And then we have keywords, and keywords are what you can use to sort your images later on. So let's say if I write whites, because there's whites in this, I add this keyword whites. Let's just add it quickly. And then once I'm done with these, with the editing, I could come back, go into search bar and search whites. These 2 images will appear, and any other image that I've put whites as a keyword. So that's it right now. Let's hit import. I'm going to import it to my catalog. It's importing files. Let's wait for it. It's fetching initial previews. Okay, they're here. And notice that we're in catalog and we're no longer in all photographs. So don't panic that your photos are no longer there. It's because you're in previous import. And these are the imports that I've made recently, so that's where I am. But if I go back to all photographs, I'll just go back to where I was. So let's go here. And I also added them into a collection. So if I hit whites here, I would have these images right now. And this is how the library works. I'm also going to show you another way where if you have a lot of images you want to import, but you want them to be organized. Meaning that if, for example, if there was a wedding and you took so many images, you organize those images based off the name or the location. Maybe you have a lot of photos from one of your aunts, you have some photos from your uncles. You previously categorized them in your files. And another good thing about Lightroom is that when you import that file containing those sub-files that you use to categorize each image, it's going to import the same structure. So let's see how that works. Okay, I'm back in my catalog and I'm just going to show a file that I used to categorize my images that are outside of my Lightroom. So let's minimize Lightroom. And right here I have created a file called My Photographs. And I have categorized images, some being very general and some being very specific. I have also included a video just to show you that Lightroom picks up the videos as well, but you obviously cannot edit them in Lightroom. So it's just there for just seeing them. And I've got some landscape images, some random ones. I got a specific folder about a certain cousin of mine. Got some random portraits. And now I'm going to import this folder, the main folder, into Lightroom. And I want to show you how Lightroom picks off these folders just the way that I have categorized them. So let's come back here. Going to hit import. Okay, select the source. Let's select, it's already here, my desktop. We go to my photographs. And guys, notice that there's only one video here because this was outside of those subfolders. The reason why I'm not seeing those subfolders, that I have to go in here like individually, but if you want all of those images, you simply go to My Photographs and you see right here, include subfolders. So if I press this, all of those images are going to show up and the video as well. So I want all of these images imported, but not the video. So I'm going to uncheck the video, but now I know the video is there. So let's not do that. Let's not import a video in here. Again, I could add them to a collection. Let's create a new collection called Summer 2020, for example. And I'm not going to add them into a set. Let's just create that. Okay. And all these images are going into Summer 2020. And I'm not going to add some, let's add some keywords so we can later come back to it. Let's write summer. That's my keyword. I could add more if I want. That's enough for now. And again, don't import suspected duplicates. Okay, I'm just going to import all these images. Include subfolders. And let's import this. Oh, and let's add the keyword summer. No metadata. Let's add to a collection. Let's call it Summer 2020 and hit import. Okay, now they're here and it's just fetching some previews. Let's wait for that. Now while this happens, notice that there's two icons in the corner of each image. What these icons stand for is that, first of all, this is the keyword that we added. We added that to every single image so they all have it. And the second icon on the right means that these images are within a collection. And our collection was Summer 2020. So if you see these tags next to your image, just know that this is why they're here. And because you did those adjustments earlier. So let's go to Summer 2020. Okay, we're finished with the previews. We know why these icons are there. And if you look at our disks, we have a local disk. Right now, that's all that's here. And now we have that folder that we created earlier with each of the, and if I move over them, you see that it only selects the images that were in that subfolder, like the portraits. If I go on here, it will select the two images that were in that image, in that folder, and the same with the landscape ones. And then if you look here, I have some missing folders. And because my catalog is from a couple years ago, these folders no longer exist in their original location. But Lightroom has the data of them, so it's like where the original files. Because of them not being on my disk, I can no longer edit them, so they have a question mark over here. So this is how you edit a bunch of photos. Let's close this off. And if I were to choose the ones with metadata, okay, it collects all the metadata from all of these images. So we got the dates, got the camera type, we got the lens, it even knows the lens, and there are no labels because I didn't add any labels yet. So this is pretty cool. If I have a lot of images, maybe I uploaded my entire hard drive, I could go back to a certain date and a certain camera and even a certain lens and just sort them by their metadata. If there's like a text, we can just search here if we want the copy name, file name, and for keywords, if I choose keywords, because they're all named with the same keyword, it's only going to show that. So if I had one image without the keyword, it's not going to show up over here. So let's go to attribute. And attributes are like the ones that were flagged, which we haven't flagged anyone here. The ones that we will have given a star rating. We will get into those later, but the flag and ratings would show down here. You can see the 5 dots. We will get into those later on. But for now, this is how you edit a bunch of images, give them keywords, and import a folder with the subfolders, and to add them to collections. So if we go back here, I have my whites collection containing those 2 images, and I have my summer 2020. So this is how you import images in Lightroom and how the library works. In the following lessons, we're going to learn more about the this part where we keyword them, we give them metadata, and we give them ratings and so on. So stick around and learn more about the other parts of the library, because there's a lot of parts you have to learn. So I'll see you in the next few lessons. Now that we know how we can import, categorize, label, and rate the images in library, we have a final tab in the left panel called the Navigator. We will learn more about it in this lesson. Now, this is nothing complicated. This is just for if you want to see your images, examine them before you develop them later on. You could give them ratings right here. You can give them flags. You can actually give them names and draw face region. A lot of other things you could do with this. And let's say I want to examine my images before I develop them, so I know that I should only develop the ones that are focused, for example. So I have this zoom button. I'm going to hit on it and hit on it. And now I'm zoomed in. I could change how I can choose how zoomed in I want to be or how wide I want my thing to be. And I could actually use this rectangle here to navigate around my images. So let's say I like this image. I could actually change here, make it into fill, fit, and again change how zoomed in I want to be. Okay, so I'm liking this image. Let's come out of it. Let's zoom out. I'm going to give this a 5-star like we mentioned in the previous lessons. This is how the star rating works. And that's how you use the navigator tool. So let me go back to my grid. Just press this button here. And now that we're done with the left side of the library module, we will get into exporting later. Don't worry about that. Let's get on to the right side of the Lightroom library. The first thing we see here is a histogram, which just is representation of the values and the tones of each image. So let's go in here. It creates another gram. Let's go in this. Let's go to another image. These histograms, as we said, they show the values, but a lot of times when we have, there is the histogram for this image, when we have overexposed highlights or underexposed shadows, we're going to get these error symbols on the top right or left of each corner. And these are really helpful when you're developing an image, so you know where you could fix. You can also use the clipping indicator, which we will get into while we are developing. So this is nice to have a look at when you're in Lightroom. Then we have quick develop. Let's open that. Now, as the word says, notice here that we have a develop panel that's separate from this. Quick develop basically means that you can quickly edit your image or images without having to go to the develop panel. What that means is it's right now it's on default settings, and it has some random settings for you. If you want to turn this image into black and white, it has some settings that will be set up for you to edit them. Treatment, you can choose a treatment, and these are basically the saved presets. So there are already a lot of presets on Lightroom. You won't have to make one yourself, but you could always make one yourself. And let's say you have a preset for landscape images, cloudy landscape images. I could just go on my cloudy landscape image and put that preset on it, and then I could just export it without having to spend much time in the develop panel. So, and then we have white balance. You can change the white balance, keep it auto, or keep the white balance as it is. Then we have some tone control. And you can actually just change the tones. Let me just move to the left, and look, my image is completely black because I'm changing the exposure. Let's undo all of that. Okay, I'm slowly bringing back the image. And these are the key things that you would have when you're controlling tone, which is exposure, the lightness of the image, the brightness of the image, clarity, the details of the image, and vibrance, the colors, the vibrancy of each color in the image. You can reset all, hit auto, so Lightroom automatically edits it for you. Hit reset, it resets everything you did. Let's close this off. Whoops. Oh yeah, and once you close these three are the most important ones, but you could open these and have more control over the tone. And again, you could reset them. And there are two options for moving them. This moves a third of a stop, and this moves one full stop. And it's like if you want the vibrance to be increased a lot, you would have to press this, and if you want to gradually increase it, you would press this. Okay, now down to keywording. Let's open keywords, and earlier we added a keyword to this, summer, and we could actually add some more. So it gives us some suggestion as well. You can click here to add keyword. Let's add smile. Okay, so now it's smile summer, and I could keep the keyword tags. They're the invisible data behind each image. I could also use it to search for the images with the following tags. So it gives us some suggestions as well. Let me press whites. Maybe white is a good suggestion. We do have some white background and her teeth is quite white. Doesn't have any suggestion for us. Let's close this. And it has a keyword set. Maybe I have some keywords previously created for certain images. Here's some wedding photography. Let's press that, and here you can see that Lightroom already has the preset for wedding photography. So if it's an image of the bride, I would be choosing bride, wedding party, maybe black and white, ceremony, whatever it is. Or I could create my own set, or use the or even delete the sets that Lightroom has created for us. So let's just keep the keywords as it is. These are the most relevant ones. And you don't want to add irrelevant keywords to your image because they would get lost among other categories and your image will have less chance of being seen. You gotta use relevant and specific keywords like smile, she's smiling, maybe red lipstick, short hair, things that are specific and relevant to an image. So let's close the keywording off. That's how you keyword. Okay, let's close this as well. And then we have keyword list. And this is the same thing here. We just have the list here. So if I have summer, I want to look at the photos with the keyword summer in them. And that would be like 12 of them because I added that keyword to these images in earlier lessons. And I'm going to look for one that has a smile in it. This is the one with a smile. Then we have whites, which are down there in other folders. It's going to help me find, let's do a little type here, right, smile, for example. And I will see that I only have one keyboard with smile in it. So this is the one. Okay, so this guy has a keyword with smile in it. Let's go back. Okay, now that we're back at the thing, let's turn that off. We don't need the listing. And then we have metadata. Like I said earlier, metadata is the invisible data that is always connected to your image, no matter where it's published, uploaded, downloaded, it's always there. And in your metadata, you would obviously put the name, and you have the title, the caption, your copyright. So copyright is important because I want everyone to know that this is an image that I took. Then you have copyright status, public domain, copyrighted. You can even add ratings to them, creator, and these guys are already added to the metadata. The dimensions, exposure, the settings, and all that. I'm going to show you how these data is going to show up on different platforms when you upload an image that contains them. So let's go to Behance, and here I have an image that I have posted. If I go up here on info, you can see all of these guys are going to show up. The same things that we would add on the image as that invisible data. And if I had added like my name or the name of the photo, they would show up here. So this is great for people to know more about the image and also know who took it. and the copyright status and the other things. So this is how the metadata works. Let's close it off. And also you can have some presets. You can have location, maybe different formats, video, anything you'd like. And then we have comments, where if anyone added comments to your image, they would show up. Mine don't have any comments, so there won't be anything in here. And let's close quick develop. And this is how the this is what the panel is on the right side. And now you know how to work with both the left panel and the right panel. In the next lessons, we're going to go over the film strip, which is the bottom panel and the top panel. Like we talked about earlier, Lightroom is solely made for a management when it comes to these images. So let's say I go back in my folder and let's do something out of the ordinary. Let's remove this image. No, actually, let's take one of these images. Let's cut this. And I'm going to move it outside of that folder. Okay, now it's out. Let's go back in Lightroom. And I'm going to go in the... Let's go to previous imports. Okay. Notice that unlike all these other images, the photo that we moved has this on it. Photo is missing. Now why this happens is that, well, we moved it out of the original position that we told Lightroom where that image is. And now Lightroom is kind of wondering where you kept that image. So, but if I bring that back, let's put that back in where it was. Okay. Let's kind of go to another one, just refresh it. And now it doesn't have that anymore. We kept it back in. Let's say I want to add this image. Let's go in my cousin GH. I'm going to move this image into a subfolder within the folder that it's already in. While I'm in here with this selected, I'm going to find a plus button right here, add subfolder. Let's name it blue. Create. And it's done. So now this image is inside blue. I've created a folder. Let's go back here to see if it happened. I'm going to refresh it. Okay, let's go to my cousin GH. And now I have this folder blue with the image inside. So when I want to create new folders, add new photos to a folder, maybe create a bunch of other ones here, I need to do that through Lightroom so that I don't get that missing file. And it's a lot easier when you do this instead of doing it on my computer itself. And this is a lot easier because now you can manage your photos, put them in different folders, edit them, export them, print them. Basically anything image related you can do in Lightroom. And that is a key feature that sets it apart from the other Lightroom, the new Lightroom. And it's really helpful, like I said, when you have a lot of images, you want to categorize them based off the person, the place, the dates, the file name, the camera that you used, and other categories. Okay. We talked earlier about giving each image a flag or a star rating that we can later use to sort them out. Let's see up here, there will be a flag. Photo is unflagged and there is no star rating. And this one you can rotate the image if you want. There won't be a need for that. But let's say I want to give this image a rating. I'm going to right click on it. Let me click it first. Right click on it. And if you come down here, we have set flag, set rating. going to give it like 4 stars. And now I have a 4-star image. I can have a filter right now. Let's change it's off right now. Let's go on rated. And the only one that's going to show up is this image because that's the only image that has a rating. And now I have another filter on, which is filters ratings that are above 1 star. So let me press 5 star. That image will not be here because I gave it a 4 star. If I put 4 star, it's here. If I put 2 and less, it's there. So let's turn off filters. And there's other things that you could filter your images based on. Like if it's unrated, if I click this, all my other photos, except that one photo that we rated, are going to show up. Let's go on the other ones. There is we saw the rated one. If we go on flagged, there's nothing there because we didn't flag anything. Let's go to exposure info. I actually don't have any info on them. Default columns, again, I haven't added anything here. Camera info. And this will bring some filters based off the camera, focal length, and so many other infos. So if I want the photos that I've only shot with the Canon EOS 5D Mark IV, these 3 are going to show up. If I wanted the photos that I've shot with my Nikon, it will be these. And there's also some unknown cameras, which it did not detect. And we have some unknown lens, and it has some focal lengths that are also unknown. So if I go back here, it can actually give me a more detailed listing. So the 18mm, 105, different lenses, and flashes, like did not fire flashes. And based off these, I can create custom filters. Let's go back to the filters off. And now that we've given a photo a star rating, let's flag an image. I'm going to find an image that maybe for some reason got flagged. Maybe I didn't like it that much, it got rejected or something. Let's flag this. I'm going to flag this and I'm going to reject, let's say, another random photo. Let's set flag rejected. Okay, so here are the icons. This one has a flag per flag. This one has a flag with an X because it got rejected. If I turn the filters on, go on flagged, there's only the one image. Let's go on the rated ones. And this one, again, was the only one that was rated. And because that one was rejected, it's not going to show up in the flag thing unless I put it on flag based on rejection. Let's turn this off. And now it's only going to show me the rejected photos. And these are the ones that were not flagged. And based off this simple, let's turn all 3 on. So we have all the images. Based off these filters, it's going to help you manage those images better. Let's say I share my client. I share these images with my client, the people. She likes this image a lot. She would give it a 5. She doesn't like this image. She's going to give it a 1. And she's going to ask me to print these images. So I could simply, let's say we have more than these 2 images. I could simply filter these based off the ratings. And let's say the client asked that the images that were rated for more than 2 stars, she wants those to be printed. I can just turn the filter on, go to rated ones, and put this. So whatever shows up with a more than 2 star rating, I can use that to later print it. This is how the flagging and rating system works. Let's look at how the labeling system works. Let's turn off the filters. And let's give labels to an image. We have a set color label. And this is another filter that you could use. Let's go for yellow. Now this image is filtered yellow. Let's go down here, go to the rated ones, and I only want the ones that have a yellow filter, yellow label. And also there's going to be no star. Okay, since this has no star rating, I have to change this. Let's set equal to 1. And if I go on other colors, nothing's going to show up. Let's turn yellow off. Nothing's going to show up because I didn't add another color label to any image. And if I go on this, these are the images that don't have a label or unlabeled. These are the ones with custom labels, so let's turn these off. The blue as well. And the custom labels is something that you would create. Maybe it's a combination of colors or something else that you like, but I don't have any custom labels on. I only have a yellow label. And based off these ratings and flaggings and labels, you will have a lot more control over how your images are portrayed, and it will save you a lot of time when it comes to exporting these images, or if you want to develop them or even print them. And this is again another feature that really helps photographers save time and for them to keep the understanding of an image to themselves. So if I saw this image a couple years ago, I gave it a red label with a reason, because it's not focused, for example. After a couple years, I could see that it has a red label, and I would know that the red label was for images that I do not want to use. So if I come back to it, I'll be like, oh, I'm not going to use this image. I'm going to use the one with, let's say, the green label. Really helpful. Let's turn these off. And that is how you can label, rate, and flag your images when necessary. I'll see you in the next lessons. Another way of importing is by directly plugging in your external hard drive or a USB or SD card, and Lightroom opens it up immediately. Right now I have a flash drive plugged in. This is the name of it. And I can easily import things directly from my flash drive onto my Lightroom library. Just to, here's some videos as well. It picks those up too. And now it's considered as one of my files. I could just plug in my SD card. I don't need to open my SD card in my folder and then bring it onto desktop, and that will take a lot. So I could do this, and there's also some other things that I could do when importing. I could rename these folders, rename these files. Let's uncheck all. I will, let's say, choose these two. I'll rename these folders, maybe sort them by date and file name. And I won't add any extensions. Just leave it as it is. Leave it as it is. And then we have some develop settings that we talked about in the previous lessons. Some of Lightroom's presets for quickly developing these images. Let me add like a, I don't know, make them black and white. Black and white high contrast. And now these will be applied to when they're imported. It happens during import. Metadata, I'm not going to add anything. Let's add some keywords. Going to add summer. And destination, I could put them, where did it go? Let's close these off. And destination, I could tell Lightroom where to put these images. Okay, I will go back to the folder that I had, where all of the other images are, my photographs. So I'll just click on this. And now they will go in there. And now that I'm done, I just want these two images. I have applied those presets to it. I told Lightroom where to put it, and see, I'm telling Lightroom to copy this. So these will go from my flash drive onto my computer and into the folder that I have chosen. So if I unplug my flash drive, I'm not going to get that missing markup here because I've added copy. But if I were to add, if I were to select add, I would not have the files located onto my hard drive. And here's another cool option that Lightroom gives you. After importing this, you can ask Lightroom to eject the drive without you having to do it manually. So if you're done with this, you just wanted to import the images onto your hard drive, you can just export it. Or if you still have things you want to export it back into the drive, you can keep it. Okay, now I'm done. I'm going to hit import. Let's wait for the import to happen. Okay, my images are imported straight from my flash drive. Here they are with the black and white preset that we added on earlier while importing. Okay, and here I have just added these photos straight from my flash drive. If I go in all photographs, they will be right here. They've been selected. Let's just go back here so it's a lot cleaner. And now if let's do a single view. If I'm happy with these images, which I'm really not, I want to would preferably like to edit it further, I could just hit export and export it. Let's have a look at the folder. I believe this is where they are. Zoom in. And here, when we imported our images and we told Lightroom to save a copy onto the hard drive, on the local drive, this is what it meant. This is what it meant. But of course, the presets won't be applied until I export the develop image. So now without having to plug in the flash drive, copy it onto a file, we were able to do the same thing in Lightroom. And that is how you import straight from a flash drive. I'll see you in the next lessons. Okay, let's learn more about the film strip that is down here and how it works. So first of all, any of the images that show up in your film strip are the ones that are in the selected folder. Now our folder was my photographs. Over here you can see it. And you could change the source. You could go to another folder if you'd like. Let's go to portraits, and only the portraits are going to show up. So let's actually go back to my photographs, back to where all of them are. And let's start from here. Here we learned about the grid view, the loop view, which is basically seeing one image at a time. And down here is where you can compare two images at the same time. And this would be helpful if I have like two images of the same subject and I want to see which one is better. Let's say I like the one on the right better. I'm going to give it a 5-star, maybe flag it or something, whatever it is that I'm comfortable with. Then we have the survey view, which makes choosing one image from a group a lot more simpler. If you have a lot of similar images, you would use this view to choose the ones that are suitable for exporting. But for our case, first of all, they're not similar, and we're not going to be using the survey view. And here's the people. Lightroom detects faces, and this is a lot easier if I just wanted to edit the portraits. And here there are question marks because I didn't name any of them, but if I just click, I could give them some names, maybe sister, sister, and then here we can add like maybe baby, and then I can categorize the images based off the name as well, which is pretty cool. And see, it already is asking me, is this sister as well? I'm gonna say yes, but no, this is not sister and this is not sister. Another helpful tool, down here you can sort things by name, maybe popular name, stack size, whatever you like. And then down here you can actually open two windows. If I go here, I can open a second window that, don't worry, like this one's still here. And I could have a closer look at the images. Let me go on this. Maybe I can examine the photo here on a more closer look and then do other things here. So I could do some multitasking. Let's close that off. And then this is the view, library grid. Just goes back to where we were. And here I could use it to move from one view to another. So I'm going back to library, maybe people. Let's just go back to library. I could change from the views. This is how the folders are. This is the path for each image. So if I move on each one, it shows the names as well. And this is the filter that we talked about here. It's the same thing. You can add filters. Let's choose the rated ones, and only these two are going to show up. Let's turn off filters. And this is how the film strip works. You guys can also go ahead and export each image. You can remove them. If I want to remove them, it's going to ask me whether if I want it to be removed from Lightroom or just the disk completely. So you can choose whichever you like, but I want to keep this image. Let's cancel. And I could also export the image. Export it here. Create copies. Give it a flag, rating, edit in, and then I can bring it into Photoshop and add to collection and so many other things. But you could basically export by clicking, or export here, or export from file. Okay, here export with different options. And if I press this, I can get rid of the film strip if I need more space. If I don't want to see this, I could also click this. If I don't want to see this either, I could click this. And this just creates more space. Let's close that. It just creates more space. Let's bring film strip back on. And this is again the thumbnails that we talked about earlier, making them big or small. What is this? And then you could choose the toolbar content to bring, let's say, the navigator over here. You could change the way each panel is structured and adjust it to your liking. Let's bring these guys back. Okay, and that's how the film strip works. And now that we know how to work with the library, we can now move on to the other parts of Lightroom.
Hey there! Congratulations on getting this far. I hope you're enjoying the course and starting to see great results. If you like what you're seeing and would like to check out the extended version of the course, head to the description box below, where you will find our full Adobe Lightroom Beginner to Advanced course with more than 100 lectures and many more projects to complete. Now, let's continue.
Welcome to the Getting Started and Develop. In this lecture, we're going to have lessons where we go over each panel and each section of the Develop tab and learn what it takes to edit a normal image using different panels that Lightroom provides. We'll also learn how to make your experience easier with simple tools and simple guides. And now, without further ado, let's start the Getting Started in the Develop series. Now we know how to import images, put them into different collections, create folders, move those images into other folders, use the Navigator tab to better examine our images, add keywords, label, rate, and all the other things we learned in the lesson so far. Now that we're done with this library, we're going to move on to the next thing, which is Develop. As the name suggests, in develop, we develop the image, we adjust the lighting, the color, we can crop, we can change the tone, we can do so many things in the develop tab before we export the image. And right here we have some similar tabs like collections and navigators. These guys work the same as they would in the library. I'm going to start with the first image. It's loading the preview. Until it does, let's go over what these are. The navigator, like we mentioned, it's for better examining the image. You can zoom in, check for any unwanted objects, check for coloring, if they're focused, any distracting elements, noise. And it's helpful to have this turned on whenever you're working with it. Again, you can change how zoomed in. It can go all the way in or come all the way out, depending on how zoomed in you want to be. Okay, let's change into fit. And this is how I want my image to be while I look at it. After the navigator tab, let's close that off. We have the presets tab. Now, presets is something we'll get to in a whole different lesson, whole different lecture actually, because there's so much you could do with presets. And I'm sure you've heard by now that making presets on Lightroom is first of all, it's a very popular market. You can see influencers or Instagrammers selling their own presets, and you might have wondered how you could do the same. And Lightroom already gives you a lot of presets. They're categorized based on portrait, style, color, black and white, and all that. And if you want a quick edit, you could just use the presets that Lightroom gives you. Let me choose this, for example. And you could even download more presets from Adobe or any other platform, and it will show up in here. Say if you open black and white, there's different styles of black and white. You have black and white landscape. It's taking a while. We have black and white landscape. We have high contrast, punch, low contrast, and other styles as well. Now what you could do is, let's say if I chose this preset and I want to make a few more adjustments, I could just keep it on this and then go here and maybe, I don't know, make it brighter. Whatever it is that I want to do. But these presets are very well designed, so a lot of times you won't be needing to make any further adjustment. And with so many options, sometimes you won't even need to go onto the right panel to further develop the image. So here's the list of the presets, and there's a plus button here. Like I mentioned, you can add new presets from the ones you have downloaded off of other websites. Make sure it's a credible website so you're not getting any viruses. You can manage your presets, create your own, and we'll get into those in another lecture. So let's close presets right now. And then we have snapshots. Snapshots are shots of different versions of an image that you create while you're developing. Difference between a preset and a snapshot is that you cannot use a snapshot on other images, but you can do that with presets, because presets are the adjustment, snapshot is the image with the adjustments. So I could come back to a version that I edited earlier by going on my snapshot. I can name it black and white, for example, instead of going through my history panel looking for the earlier versions. So you can click this to delete the selected snapshot. I don't really need this. Let's close that off. History is basically the history of all the things you've done so far. So I've imported this image, I've added a preset on, I've changed the presets a bunch of times, and I have added the exposure, and it even tells me how far I've underexposed with the minus or overexposed or even reset the adjustments, and everything I do to an image from the time I import it is going to show up here. The main difference between the history panel and the snapshot panel is that first of all you have to create the snapshot, but with the history panel you can go back with adjustments. I can go back to an adjustment I made earlier instead of continuously hitting Ctrl-Z or resetting my adjustments. I could just scroll down and find the adjustment that I wanted. So you can even delete or clear all of the history, but I recommend keeping it when you're just starting out, just in case you messed up some things and you want to go back to where you started. Let's close history, and collections is the same thing as it was in library. Right now we're in summer 2020. If I go in whites, there's going to be these two images that we imported in the start of the lessons. So let's go back here, and you could copy a collection, paste them, do the extra, do further management here as well. So this is how you use the left panel of Lightroom. In the next lesson, we'll talk about on how to use the right panel and how you could, and how each of these work and what they're meant for. And in the further lectures, we're going to learn how to edit portraits, landscapes, and other forms of photography. And again, in another further lesson, we're going to learn the different styles of editing, so you could meet a certain style of your choice by simply following the steps that I will walk you through. So this is it for this lesson. I will see you in the next one. Welcome to a new lecture. In the following lessons, we're going to learn more about the Develop module. And we're going to start from the top of this panel and work our way down. In this specific lesson, we're going to work with selective adjustments and learn what they are for and what they do. So we're going to start from the top of our panel, which is the histogram. Like mentioned in earlier lessons, the histogram shows you it's basically a representation of the color and the values and the tones of your image. It even gives you some information about the image, like the ISO, the focal length, and other things. So if I stick on here, we could see the blacks, the shadows, exposure, highlights, and whites. This is helpful when you're editing. You would want to know how your image is looking in terms of tones. You don't want to mess the tones up. You don't want to make them too dark or too light. So keeping an eye on this is always helpful. Now, how you could know if your image is balanced is by looking at your histogram. And if all the colors spike in a similar part, you would know that you have a neutral or balanced image. But right now, this image that I have, you can see that the blue spikes on this side, meaning that the blues need to be further adjusted. And these guys aren't exactly perfect, but they're at least in the same place. So when I'm editing, I need to keep an eye on the histogram to make sure that the colors are well balanced, and the tones as well. So that's how it works. I'm going to turn this off right now so we have space for other things. The next thing are these guys. Now these guys are going to be really helpful when you want to affect a certain part of an image without doing the same for every other part. So the first one is cropping. Let's hit crop overlay. And you could crop your image. You could select an area like this maybe and crop that. Let's undo that. I could choose the custom, I could choose the dimensions here. I could enter a custom one, choose one of the presets. Now over here I can change the angle of my image to however much I want. I could adjust the dimensions and the angle. Let's double click to reset it. And then we have the straightening tool. which straightens your image based off a guideline in the image. For example, I have some, I think those are like walls. I could draw a line based off those walls, and the image will be rotated and straightened according to the line that you draw. Now, this would be helpful when you have these lines. So if I were to choose this image, I don't really have a line to use. There isn't any guides for me, although I could just draw something random. Let's maybe do it this way. It will still do it, but it won't guarantee that it will be straight according to a piece in your image, unless you have something like a wall or a ladder or something. And then you could reset all of the adjustments you made here. And that is how you use this tool. You're going to hit done when you're done. The next tool is spot removal. Let me find an image that I want to remove a certain spot. Let's say we want to remove one of her moles. You're going to hit this. Another panel opens up. And I could adjust the size here, make it big or small, however I like. And feathering is really important because you want that new section that Lightroom is going to create for you to blend in with all the other parts of the image. So I could increase the feathering or the smoothing of the edges, completely remove it or make it all the way up, and also change the opacity of the new selection. So let's say if I want to do this, I would have to minimize the size. Let's make it smaller. Okay, I'm going to click on, make sure that the area is within the first circle and not the second circle. Clicking this once, and Lightroom automatically picks a place that has similar tones and lighting, but I could change it and tell Lightroom that I want this part, but it has to be somewhere relevant, because then if I put this here, the texture of her lip is not the same as her skin. So just bring it back to where Lightroom chose. I could change the opacity, which wouldn't be helpful if you're trying to cover something up. You would need it to be 100%. And if I remove the feathering, the edges are not going to be blended in. So let me hit done here. You could see, let me try to zoom in. Oops, let's zoom in even more. Let's go to 400. You could see, I don't know if you guys could see, but there is some unsmoothness going on. Let's do another example so it's more clear. Let me say I want to edit this part. And I'm going to tell Lightroom to do this. Okay, hit done. Do you guys see that the circle is visible and it's not blended into the image? That is why you need feathering. Let's undo that. Open the spot removal again. And now if I increase the feathering, yeah, I'm going to keep that. Hit done. You're not really seeing the outline that you did before adding the feathering. Let's undo that again. And let's remove the other mole, for example, if you wanted to. Let's increase the, you would have to increase it more. Okay, and I'm going to increase the feather. And now I have successfully removed the moles. But I wanted the moles, I just want to show you guys how it works. So I'm going to come back here to reset settings, and now I have my moles back. Close this off, and that's how the spot removal works. The next one is red eye correction. As the name says, it's for fixing the eyes. It has two options, pet eye and red eye. If you wanted the pet eye, it would do some different adjustments than it would with the human eye. Let's close that. I don't really have a red eye right now, but if I did, I can adjust the selection. Right now I'm just clicking randomly on the eye to show you how it would work even if you don't have a red eye in your image. So let's hit done. And you see darken these areas. But because I don't have a red eye, it detects the wrong place. Let's go back to history, reset settings. Okay, I'm going to zoom out a bit, maybe to 100. Okay. I don't really have a red eye right now. But if you turn this on, you can enable it. And I could just roughly create the eye shape. And Lightroom detects the areas where it would want to correct the red spots. I didn't have a red eye, but I just went ahead and darkened this area. But I'm going to undo that, and now it's lighter. And this wouldn't be helpful if your image doesn't have a red eye to begin with. So I'm going to hit done. I'm not going to enable this. I don't have any red eyes to fix. Let me zoom out, maybe 25%, or actually less. Okay, let's go to 12. And the next thing is the graduated filter. Let's click on that. And that is basically masking a part of your image gradually. So let me create a spot for this filter to work on. Let me go like here just for the example's sake. And this right here is where you feathered whatever you adjust here. So let me increase the exposure. You can see that the exposure gradually works its way to where we stopped the filter. Maybe I could add like a pink shade, a green shade. Let me undo this. And this is helpful if you want like a special effect onto your image. Maybe if it's a sci-fi style of image, you could add like a blue hue for coming from the corner. You can darken it, add dehaze, add texture, change the temperature, whatever it is you prefer. Then down here you can add noise, and there's range masking, which you could use to sample images. Let's sample this. And there isn't that much, so let's increase that. And now you see it's removing the color a certain bit gradually. Here is kind of desaturated compared to her other parts of the skin. Not going to use this. Let's turn the range mask off. And this is how you use this this thing right here. You also have the brush. Now what the brush does is that you can actually continue painting on a certain part of the image. Let me just do a random paint. And I can use the feathering. Let's add some feathering. And like remove the density. Increase the size. Let me just undo this. And I could use this to further accomplish my masking goal, whatever it is that I want to do. Adjust them here, hit done when I am finished. But this is not what we want, so let's reset the settings back to where we were. That's how you use this. Because we're dealing with straight lines, this would be better for using maybe pictures with buildings, landscapes, product photography, and other sorts of things. But when you're dealing with portraits, because faces are usually close to a circle, or they are a circle, you would want to use the radial filter. The radial filter is similar to the graduated filter, except as the name suggests, it's a circle. So if I were to draw a circle, I could adjust the size and how thin or chubby I want it to be. I'll just draw a rough shape of the face. My subject, I'm going to drag it onto her face, adjust it further. I could even rotate it if that helps. Let me get an accurate, rough. Okay, I think this is good. Now that I have an outline of her face, I can use this panel to affect all the things around her, but the things that are inside. If I darken the outside, you can see that it feathers out and does not affect this area. Let's reset that. If I want the outside to have a green hue or a different hue, that's how we do it. If I want clarity, and any other thing that I would like to do, I would do it here to the outside of our selected area. Now, if I want everything done to inside her face, inside the place that I've selected, I would just hit invert. And now everything that I do happens to the inside of the circle and not the outside. And feathering, again, like we mentioned, it's really helpful when you want to blend in the adjustments. If I turn it off, you could see that it's really rough. Where I move it, looks like a regular oval shape and does not blend in with our area. And if you blend it too much, there's barely anything there. So we want to pick that perfect number, which would usually be 50. If I want a color effect, a certain color, I could just open this and choose a random color, but that's not what we want. Let's double click on that, turn saturation off, and that's how you use the radial filter. And again, you could use the brush to further add, let's add something so we can see, further add an area that you couldn't select with this circle. So I'm just going to paint the rest of her body, for example. And now I have a selection that I could use to adjust further to my liking. Let's undo all of this. And that's how you use the radial filter. I'm going to hit done. And the last part of these selective tools is the brush tool. Now the brush tool is made for more smaller areas, maybe the eyes, the lips, the nose bridge, somewhere really specific and small that you can only reach with a small brush. Or you could skip these and just paint the whole thing if you want. So for this example, let me open Navigator and zoom in. Let me zoom into maybe 40 into 400 is too much. Sorry, let's go for like 100. To her eyes. I just want to edit the brightness of her eyes. I'm going to adjust the brush size and the feathering until I'm happy with it. And I'm going to increase, it's already increased. So let's just brush the area, her eyeball. And I could maybe increase the exposure, decrease it, do whatever I want, change the color as well. If I want it to be greenish, and maybe increase the saturation. I can make it red, I can make it green, all the other colors, maybe yellow, dehaze it, do anything that I want to do to the image. I can do it here to a selective area. Now let me erase this part. I don't want this area to be affected. Let's just hit erase. And remove our selection. Let's go back to brush A, and brush A and B is basically two brush sets that you can create. And if I move my scroll wheel and my mouse, I can increase and decrease the size. Let's say I'm going to make brush A as big as the pupil, and I'm going to make brush B as small as this freckle. So I could switch between the two whenever I'm working with it. And let me turn that off. And I could use this brush tool to affect again certain areas that I want. Let's try to give her like a maybe eyeshadow. Let's go up and first of all remove the hazing. And we want to reduce the exposure. And now I've added a pink tint to her eyes. Let's make it like green. I would need to feather out the brush even more if I wanted to blend in. Let's erase this and do it again with a more adjusted brush. Okay, go back to brush A. Going to lower the density, increase the feather, and use it to paint the areas that I want. Let's increase, you can see it's having a gray purplish tone to it. And if you increase the density, you're going to get a lot more intensity in whatever you choose. Lower it and you can get a slight adjustment. And that is how you use the brush tool. So let's hit done. And I'm going back to my history. And I'm going to reset settings. Okay, let's go back to 12%, zoom out. And this is how you use the top bar of your Develop tab. We will get into the basics, tone curves, HSL, color grading, detail, lens correction, transform, effects, and calibration in the upcoming lessons. The basic panel is where everything begins with the image. If there were no light in an image, we wouldn't be able to see any of the details and any of the subject as well. So the basic panel right here plays a major role in how your photo turns out. If it's underexposed, overexposed, has burnt highlights and darkened shadows, your image will lose the quality it once had when you first took the image with your camera. So we're going to walk through what each of these parts represent and what their functions are, and how we can use each part to enhance our image. So the first thing you're going to see is treatment. And right here you got to ask yourself, do I want this image to have color or do I want it to be in black and white? Once you have your answer, you can choose either one. Maybe you want black and white. You turn it black and white and then you continue based off your choice. Or if you wanted color, you choose color and then you continue as well. So for the sake of this image, I'm going to keep it colored and it will come back to black and white as well, just to show you how these basic adjustments can affect either type of image, whether it has color or not. So let's start with color. Let's start with color. we're going to start with the temperature of the image. Now the temperature the temperature is all about, well, the temperature of an image. Do you want a colder tone or do you want warmer tones? And this really affects your mood, the mood that you're trying to portray from your image. Right now it's more on a warmer tone. You can see you get this mood that this was taken on like a sunny summer day, and it gives you good memories. But if you turn it cold, you kind of get maybe it was shot in winter, it's early morning, it's kind of sad. And if you notice in movies, the temperatures play a really good role in how the message is portrayed. If the main character's mother died, for example, and there's a flashback, it would usually be cold because it's a sad, far-off memory. But if the character has a memory of his childhood where he used to play around in the park, it would have a warmer tone to it because it's a warm memory and it's a memory that the character treasures. So temperature is really important. You want to make sure you're choosing the right temperature for your image, and you can make that decision based off the mood that you're trying to portray to your viewers. Let's double click and reset it. Now tint gives your image a tint, and a tint that you can choose, it's more on the magenta side or the green side, actually complements the colors within your image. So if I give this green, I am enhancing the color that the leaves already have. And if I'm turning it pink, I am enhancing the yellow colors that are in this image. So again, depending on what's in your image, you would want to use the tints tool to enhance the colors that are in there. Let's reset that. Okay, so that was the white balance, and you could let Lightroom choose a white balance for you if you hit auto. You can keep it as shot, or you can customize it whatever you want. And this is a white balance selector. You're selecting a part of an image, and if you look here, it gives you a preview. So again, depending on what I want, what kind of mood I'm going for in an image, I'm going to search a neutral color. This is a neutral color right now. I'm not going to choose the yellow because that's one of my main colors. If I choose this could be a good white balance for me if I'm going for a cold tone. But we're not going to get into editing the photo. We just want to explain what each of these mean. And up here, before I forget, we have profile. Now what profile is, think of it as a filter or like a color grading for your image. If I go and click on the color, first of all, I can choose if I want color or not. You can go to monochrome or color, and then you can browse the profiles that you have, which, like we said, it would be like filters. And there are already a lot of presets for you to choose from. You can go in black and white, modern, vintage, artistic, basic, and you can even choose favorites. There's like a star here. If I click on this, this will go in my favorite, and I don't have to look for it every time. I can just go in my favorite and choose. Now profiles are different from presets. Presets are a set of adjustments that you've made, but profiles are more on the colors. They're adjustments for the colors. So let's look at this one. Here you can see the tint is a bit different. The green hue is different. But the best way to explain it is that the profiles are like filters that you would have to give your image a quick edit. Let's say I want this color. I'm done. I exported, finished with it. You can also change the amounts that you want. Maybe you don't want it at all. You want it to be way intense. And you can adjust how much of this profile you want. And again, there's categories, color, black and white, open the black and whites. And you can just choose what you want and hit close. Alright, I'm going to go back in my history and let's go back here on import just to reset the everything that we did basically. Okay, now that we're done with this box right here, we can move on to the tone. Now the tone of the image is the brightness, the highlights, and how much details are in the shadows, and if you even want to fix the burnt highlights. And it's basically just about the lightness of your image. Exposure is about the brightness of the entire image. It's not focusing on one point, it's looking at the whole image. So let's move it up. It's really bright right now and it's really dark. Because this adjustment is really intense, the maximum number you could go to is 5. But if you notice, the others are 100. Because when you're working with exposure, you don't want to add too much. You have to add it very gradually. Like already 0.18, that's a lot of exposure. Let's reset that. So it's about the lightness of your image. You don't want your image to be underexposed or overexposed. You have to meet there in the middle. You have to be in the middle. And then we have highlights. And then we have contrast. And contrast is the difference between the lights and the darks of your image. So let's increase the contrast. And when you have color in your image, that would intensify the colors as well. It would give more depth to your colors. See, it saturated the yellows and the greens over here. And if I were to remove contrast, we will lose a lot of depth to our colors as well as the shadows and highlights. So let's reset that. Highlight is the highlights of the image. And highlights, when we talk about highlights, a lot of times they're really specific to a few parts of the image. Right now, if you pay attention, we're only affecting here because those have the most highlights. We can remove them, improve them, do whatever we want. And shadows is the opposite of highlights. We're talking of the shadows of the image, which is the darkest part of your image. And right now, that would be over here. Now, whites is about all of the whites in an image. It's not limited to one specific space. So let's move it up. You see every part lights up and every part darkens. It's not, do not mistake this with exposure, because exposure brightens up both the darks and the lights. But whites only brightens up the whites of the image. So these are not the same. And blacks is the opposite of whites. It deals with the blacks of the image. So see if we move it up and down. And if I turn this all the way down and I turn this all the way down, and highlights and shadows, we get this really, let's say, lifeless image, because there's no detail in terms of brightness and color. It's almost as if we shot this in a dark box. Has no character. It has no character. So let's just reset that. And this is how the tone works. Again, if you have no clue what to do, where to start, you can always just hit auto. And Lightroom will choose a suitable tone for you. You can start with auto and then you can just adjust whatever Lightroom did for you. Let's turn all of those off. Next and final of the basic panel is the presence. Now, without the presence, our image does not really have a base to stand on. You can tell that when you enter a party, you want to make your presence known. So that means you have a lot of detail on you. You have a lot of like good clothes, good hair, good all that. And from there, people can notice you and they can build their opinion on you. Without presence, you would not even get noticed. It's the same thing here. You would always start, I would recommend always starting with dehazing your image. Right now there's a lot of haze. And if we increase the haze, this is what it would look like. We can't even see anything anymore. And there's still haze on the image when you first import it, and this is something common among all of the images. When you first take it, especially if it's raw, there is a lot of haze in that image, and you want to make sure you get rid of those by dehazing. And look, the image is looking a lot better, and I only just dehazed the image. So when you're first starting out, I would suggest first dehazing your image and then making some other adjustments after that. So I wouldn't recommend starting from exposure because it could get a bit confusing. You don't know what is too bright, what is too dark, but you could always refer to the histogram. Let me increase the, like I went all the way back. And this is not balanced at all. We've lost all of the, we've lost everything. There's nothing there. But if I bring it back, we can see our image has a room for being even more balanced. But right now it is quite balanced. The goal is to get, like we mentioned, all of them in one peak. So let's just undo this. Texture is for the texture of your image. It's the edges and let's zoom in so I can show you better. To 100. Let's go here. And I'm going to increase texture and notice to see any difference in our image. Each of these spikes here have sharpened. This is without them. Pay attention to the leaves again. We now have a lot more sharper edges than we did. If I were to remove the texture, we have there's nothing sharp in the image. Everything is blurred out. So texture is about the texture. It's basically bringing the texture that the real object, the real subject would have, which in this case it would be sharp edges. It would enhance that element. We have sharper edges now. Clarity is about the detail of your image. So let's increase that. It even brings out the details in the background. Let's reset that. No detail. Increase detail. I can even see the spikes in the background now. Let's reset that. Look at the details around, pay attention to those, and now we have more detail. Let's decrease that. We lose all the detail. Everything becomes blurred. And you might be wondering, well, why would I want to turn these to the left when all they do is lose detail? Everything in Lightroom has a function and has a reason that they're there. For texture and clarity, you would mostly use these when you want to smooth a texture. What would you want to smooth? Someone's face when you're shooting portraits. Especially when it's a commercial shoot or maybe a fashion shoot, you would want to smooth out all the pores and all the wrinkles if necessary, and you would be using texture and clarity. So let's reset those. And we explained dehazing. Now coming down to vibrance. Vibrance shows the intensity of the color. And saturation shows the amount of color that's in an image. So if I remove saturation and there's no amount of color, then that would be a black and white image. But if I lower the intensity, notice that we still have some greens, but even though they're really decolorized. So you can't use vibrance to make a photo black and white. You would have to use saturation because black and white images don't have any color in them. So if you want to enhance the color, you would first want to use vibrance. How intense do you want those colors to be? Once you figure that out, then you can use saturation to determine the amount of color you want in that image. So if this is what I want, I will have to stick with it. If I go the other way around, say I want this much color, it will look too intense, right? And this will take me a while to figure out where I should stop and where I should go. I would even have to decrease the vibrance. But if it's the other way around, it would be a lot better and I have more control over how natural I want those colors to be. Let's reset that. And now we're at the end of the basic. The basic panel is, even if you don't know how to use any of these, knowing the basic panel is very important because every little image adjustment is first made by the basic panel. So now that you know how to use them, you've encountered a big obstacle. You can now edit images using basic techniques, and these are things that would appear in any editing software. Doesn't matter what software it is and who the provider is. If you know how to work with them, you've come a long way. So in the next lessons, we're going to talk about each of these ones. But for now, this is the end of this lesson. I hope to see you in the next one. In the previous lesson, we learned how to use the basic panel to adjust the lighting and the colors of an image. But apart from the basic panel, we also have other panels that help make our images beautiful and detailed. In this lesson, we'll go over the tone curve panel, which looks like this. And with this panel, you have more control over the darks and the lights of your image. You can also use it to create matte images, which we'll get to in another lecture. We're going to use simple dragging. This is how it works. When you click on it, it creates a point, and then you can move that point down or up to adjust the lighting. And you can create as many points as you like. So I'll create another one here, another one here, another one here, but it all has to meet with the way you want your image to look. So I want to start from either side, top or bottom. The bottom is the dark parts. Let's move this up. And see, it's only affecting the shadows right now. Here, the darkest part of our image is the cat. So if I move this panel up, it is only affecting the cat. And the top panel is for the highlights. If I move this down, I'm removing the highlights, which are the rocks. And if I move it this side, I will just distort the whole image. Let's reset that. And you would have a better understanding of how to work with this if you just play with each of these points that you create. So right now, I'm going to look at this image. What do I want to change? Looking at it right now, I can see that the image is well exposed. The shadows are there. We have some highlights. Let's say I do want to decrease the highlights a little bit. So I'm going to grab a point above and I'm going to drag it down. I am reducing the highlights right now. Or if I want, I could increase them, decrease them. I'll actually decrease it to this amount. Okay, now that I'm done with the highlights, I don't want anything to do with the shadows, but if I were to do that, I would grab, and one thing. When we look at this tone curve, we have the top part, which is the highlights, and the bottom part, which is the shadows. The middle is between those two, meaning that every midpoint in the image will be affected when we create a point there. And the midpoints are usually what create detail and an image. So that's why when you move the highlights, you will see more of a generic effect. But when you move the contrast, you're seeing more effect onto the details of the image. So let's say I want to maybe increase the highlights a little bit, increase the midtones. Here they are. And I also want to give this image a matte look. Let's increase this, and now it's looking matte. It's looking flatter and more matte. So I would also want to maybe change the highlights. As we mentioned earlier, if you go too out of proportion, it's going to have like a distortion effect. So if I bring this down, I'm getting a vintage kind of style. And if you look at our gram here, we're getting a almost well-balanced image. So that's how the tone curve works. Let's reset that. Now when you're dealing with a lot of colors, tone curves can be great for enhancing those colors. Let me find an image that has a lot of colors. Let's go with this image. Okay, we have this image right here that has a lot of details and it has a lot of colors, and it was previously adjusted. So we got enough vibrance, we got some good highlights, the subject is sharpened. If I want to adjust this further using the tone curve, I could simply do that by, let's say, removing the highlights, by, let's say, increasing the highlights, and also decreasing the shadows. And already there's a lot of change. Just by moving these a little bit, I have now used it to add final adjustments to an image that I have already edited. You can also mess with the midtones here, make it darker, make it lighter, which in this case we want it to be brighter because our subject does have a bright scarf and we want that to stand out. Now the image is looking a lot better. Let's have a before and after. You can see that here it looked a lot more flat. Here we've added some dimension and we've added some good lighting to it by just using a few clicks with the tone curve. Let's bring that back. And I'm going to show you another example of a more flatter image. I'm going to purposely flat out an image and show you how you can bring that back with the tone curve. Here I have a flat image. There is no detail. The details are not that clear. Everything is washed out. It's almost as if we've lost most of the colors and the vibrancy at the same time. So a lot of times when you're shooting with your camera and you don't have the right settings on a sunny day like this, your images will turn out like this, and you would have to do some post-production editing to bring back the vibrancy and the detail of the image that you lost. And that is actually quite simple. So with the tone curve, like we mentioned, and I'm just using the point curve right now. We'll get into the parametric curve and the different color channels later on. But right now, I'm just going to show you how you can bring back the details from a flat image. So I'm going to look at this image right now. It's missing a lot of darkness in the shadows. The shadows can rarely be distinguished because they've been lightened so much. The first thing we want to do is to darken the shadows, and we can do that by creating a point at the bottom and moving it slightly to the right. We don't want to do it too fast or else we will disturb the look of the image. And now let's have a look at it without this. Look at the rocks because that's where the shadows are. And I got a lot more details in those shadows. Okay, so I'm done with the shadows. Let's work with the highlights, which would be the top of these rocks and the sky. Let's decrease them. I feel like they're way too bright. I'm going to decrease them a small amount. And now I'm happy with it. The third thing is the midtones. That would be the surface of the rocks, maybe some of those plants, and anything in between the lightest part of the image and the darkest part. So the midtones would have a lot more space than the other ones would. I'm going to create a point. If I bring it down, I'm making it darker. If I bring it up, I'm making it lighter. For this image, I'm just going to bring it down a tiny bit. Okay. And now it's looking a lot better. So with some simple points, I can have a big change on my image. I can create even more points. And the more points you create, the more specific you're getting about the lights and darks. So I create a point here, and I increase some of the whites. And then here is the blacks. I'm going to maybe decrease them like that. And right now I have 5 points, but you could add even more, or you could just keep them at 2 or even 1 point. The points don't really matter as long as you know how you want your image to be. Sometimes you would only need 1, sometimes you would need 6 points. Like it always depends on how you want, what image you have and how flat and in need of detail it is. So see, the more points I'm creating, the more specific it's getting. Right now it's in the edges of the rocks and the cat itself. Let's undo those. And these 5 points are enough for this image. Now let's look at the most popular curve style. Let's use another example. And that is the S-curve. Now, what the S-curve does, as the name mentioned, it's an S-curve. So it's a curve shaped like an S. Now, why this is the most common curve is that it's the base that you would want to create. It consists of the shadows, the highlights, and the midtones, or the contrast of your image, which creates that correction for your light, for the lighting of the image, before you can move on to, adding colors and other details. So how you make an S-curve is by creating 3 points, 1 in the shadows, 1 in the highlights, and 1 in the middle. Now, if I move these, I'm going to move the shadows down. I've had some change. Look at it. I've added some shadows. I'm actually going to keep this. And as for the highlights, I'm going to increase the highlights. And then I'm going to come to the midpoint, which is the contrast, and I'm going to create a line. Let's bring this back. And I can adjust this further to my liking. Let's move this a bit here. Alright guys, this is the, actually I'm going to increase the contrast a bit. Now, this is why it's the most common tone curve line, because just by 3 clicks and a few movements, we have corrected the lighting of the image. And if you look here, it does look like an S. Depending on the image, there would be times where you would have to do this and, make it more of an S shape. But that's not the case right here. But whoever that uses the tone curve always starts with an S curve. And then after the S curve, they would move on to different channels, or they can create even more points. Let's look at another image. Let me go on this image, this black and white image. I'm going to create another S curve on this image just to show you how it would look like. Let's lower that, increase that, and give this, let's actually increase the shadows. And bring up the thing. Alright, so it's a slight S curve again. And just with a few clicks, again, let's look at the before and after. I was able to lift the shadows from the side of his face. And I was able to create more highlights on the, from where the light source is coming from. So I would have to decrease it a bit. Maybe here. Okay, that's looking better. It's now a lot less flat compared to the previous image. Basically, you would need these 3 points whenever you're trying to use the tone curve. This is where you would start with. Then you could add more points if you'd like, although I would recommend doing that gradually because I just added another point and you could see it like makes drastic changes. So be careful with the new points that you create. Start with these 3 and then move on gradually onto the next photo. And this image, because it was already adjusted, I did make it more dramatic, but naturally you would want to start with an image that has not been adjusted before. So let's close this. And now we can move on to this button and also the other channels. I'm going to import a new image where I can better show you guys how that is used. Okay, we have an image right now with a lot of greens. We're going to use the green channel and as well as this really helpful button that we'll get into soon. So we already know how to use the point curve. Again, let's do another example. Shadows, highlights, and contrast. Just a really quick adjustments, nothing too fancy. We made the colors more vibrant, adjusted the highlights and the shadows with an S curve. Kind of looks like an S. And now that we've done this, we do want to get into the other channels with which are red, green, and blue. Now, red, green, and blue are the primary colors for digital media. Now, if for paint, it's not the same. For paint, you have the red, yellow, and blue as the primary colors, but that's not the case for the digital colors. For digitals, they are red, green, and blue. Hence the RGB values you would see a lot in other programs or even in Lightroom. So right now I'm going to edit the green channel just because half of my image is green. And what the green channel does is that, let's move it down, I'm changing every green that's in this image right now. Like I'm just going to move it around. I'm just adding different adjustments to the greens of the image. Let's undo those. Okay, so let me try to change the grass right here. Let's not pay attention to the rest of the image and just the grass. I'm going to make the grass more vibrant. And then I'm going to also do something with the highlights of the grass. And right now you can see that I kind of made the other parts of the image purple. How do I fix this? Instead of spending time finding the right point that affects that area, I can use this button right here. Let's click on that, and I'm asking Lightroom to find a point for me. So let's choose this sky right here, and Lightroom tells me that this point will affect the sky up here. Let's test it out, and you could see that if I'm moving it up and down, I'm changing the values for the sky. So I'm going to do that. Let's say I want to change the values for this truck. I'm going to ask Lightroom again. I'm going to click on it. This is the point. And now I can make the truck different colors. So let me just bring it down, and that's better. And this is how it works. You could also add random colors that are not related to the green channel. So I can change the that value. Make it, I think that's a good number. Okay, let's have a look at the before and after. We did have some adjustments to the colors. We've made the green more vibrant and added more vibrancy to the mountains as well as the sky. Let's go back. And this is how you use the color channels. Let's have a look at the other ones. Let's go to red. And red is for the reds of the image. So let's move it down. You can see that we do have some reds in the mountains as well as in the grass. So I can move it up and down, change it the way I like, change the tint of them. Let's double click to get rid of that. And once again, I would suggest using this tool. I'm going to click on the mountains. Lightroom's going to tell me which point is connected to that area. And I'm going to just make it a bit more red. I think that's good. Let me find another one, the truck. I'm going to change the color of the truck. Okay. What else can we change? Let's have a look at maybe the reds over here, or maybe should we go with the ones that are down here? Let's choose that, and I'm going to make the grass more green. And again, this is the highlights that contain the red values, like we talked in the previous one. It distorts it, makes it different colors, and the same thing goes for these shadows. If I change the shadows, this is how it's going to look. And these are helpful for different styles of editing. Like if I make it this way, you notice that it has that film style of coloring. So you could use a tone curve to do a lot. It's a really important and effective adjustment panel that you could use for any type of images, and I would suggest for every type of images. Okay, I'm done with the reds. Let's have another look at the before and after. Let's pay attention to the reds and how we have changed the values. The greens as well, we did that previously. Let's go back, and now all that's left is the blue channel. Let's click on the blue channel, and these guys do stay, so don't worry about them resetting. That wouldn't happen unless you double click on a point or you hit reset. Or you could go back to your history and click on this button, which is how the image was before you applied all of these points. Okay, now in the blue channel we are affecting the blues. Now it may not look like it, but every single image are made of these three colors and combinations of them. So if I do move if I move the blues, and you notice that the ones in the grass are being changed, that is because the green does have blue values, and that is why they're changing. It's a simple understanding of the color of the RGB values and how they're connected to one another. So don't think that just because the sky is green, changing the blue values is not going to affect it. It's going to affect it quite a lot. So let's just reset that. I'm going to add more saturation to the greens. Okay, and I'm also going to affect the sky. Now, why is this the sky and why is this the grass? We talked earlier about this. The ones at the bottoms are the dark parts of our image. The ones at the tops are our light ones. The sky is our light part. The grass is our dark part. So I'm going to change the sky color, make it maybe more blue. And right now it's looking good. let me use our special magical tool. I'm going to find maybe the mountains in the back that I want to affect. And now I can make them a different shade, maybe darker. Okay. Let me do a few more adjustments to the sky. And now I'm happy with it. Let me just darken the grass a bit more. Add another point. Okay. It's looking pretty saturated right now. Let me just make some blue adjustments to the sky. And now our image is pretty saturated, has a lot of colors. Let's have a look. Look how saturated it is by simply using these 3 channels to bring out the colors that were in the image. Let's go back here. And I can go back to the tone curve. Can go back to the point curve and just make some final adjustments to the way I want the colors, to the way I want the brightness of each part to be. Okay, now it's looking better. It's looking really saturated. And again, I can use this tool for point curves, but this is in terms of the brightness. Let's say I'm finding these too bright. So I'm going to maybe like darken them a little bit. Okay. So this is a really helpful tool. I suggest start using this quite a lot when you're dealing with the tone curve panel. It's really helpful, and now I have changed the color to the way I want it to be. After this, I could go back to maybe the basic panel or the color panel, which we'll get to in the next lesson, and further adjust the colors. Let me try to make the image a bit matte. Okay, it's a little matte now. And lastly, from this panel, we have the this parametric curve. And the parametric curve is similar to the levels curve in Photoshop. Here I can adjust the shadows. Let me like darken them. And if you go over each one, it tells you which areas you're affecting. Let's darken the darks, darken the lights, and maybe darken the highlights as well. The parametric curve is slightly different from the point curve because you're not creating points anymore. See, if I, let's say, move this, my point is gone. I'm not creating a point curve, but I'm just adjusting the shadows and highlights in a generic way. And if you come down, you could also use these to use this region for better adjustment control. Let's change that. And this is basically, let's go to highlights. It's the same thing up here. So if I go to highlights, I am adjusting, look at the lever down there. It's the same thing. So you can either do it up here or you could do it down here. And one last thing that we should consider, let's go back here, is that you can have presets. You can have presets. Let me choose strong contrast. That's a preset. Medium contrast. And I could just reset the whole thing. Let's go to strong contrast. And I could create presets later on for my point curve. But that's not what we want right now. Let's go back to this part of our image. And if, let's say, I want this point curve to be something that I would like to use quite often on other photos, can hit save. And I can save the point curve and I can later import it to apply it to other images. And the format is XMP. I would recommend creating a folder for Lightroom presets so you won't have to look for it every time you want to use your own presets. Let's cancel that. And this is how you use the point curves to bring out the colors and adjust the lighting, the highlights, the shadows of an image. With just this small panel right here, we did quite a lot of change. I didn't even get into the basics or the colors. I was able to achieve a nice detailed image using the tone curve. And in the next lesson, we're going to learn how to use the HSL panel, which allows me to change the hue and the saturation and the luminance, which stands for HSL, of certain colors in my image. If I want this green to be more on the red side, I could do that. If I want it to be more on the blue side, I could do that too. We will get into that in the next lesson using this image to further edit it to the way we like. And I'll see you guys in the next lesson. Welcome back. In this lesson, we're going over on how to use the HSL tab to adjust and change the colors of our image. This is the HSL panel right here. It's also /color because we're dealing with colors and we're no longer dealing with the brightness of our overall image or the details. It's all about the colors in this tab. Let's go ahead and open it up. And for this example, for this lesson, we're going to use the same image we used in the previous lesson. We're going to further adjust it to the way we like using the HSL panel. So HSL, as I mentioned, stands for hue, saturation, and luminance. We also have an alt tab. So let's start from here. Hue is a shift in color. I can use it to change a selected color. Now to better explain it, let's choose a color that we have, green. I can change the color of my green. Make it, add it to be more green and make it more yellow. And using the hue tab, I can change the shade of green. And Lightroom picks up the colors and categorizes them over here. So as you can see, this is the grass, but this is considered a yellow rather than a green. So now I can change them, maybe make all of it green. But this way it's more distinguished. You can change a small part of your image using the different colors available. Now, saturation is the brightness of the color, just the amount of color. Saturation is the amount of color you have in that image. Again, let's use green as an example. Do I want a lot of green in my image, or do I not want green at all? If I turn it off, we lose all green. And in black and white images, the point of them being black and white is that they have no saturation. There is no value of color in that image, hence why it's black and white. So again, we have the same colors in this saturation panel as we did in the hue. Next is the luminance. Now, luminance is about the brightness of our color. You can see on the right side, it's brighter, and on the left side, it's darker. Let's use green. Do I want to darken my greens, or do I want to lighten my greens? And using all three of these, you can get that perfect shade of brightness of the color that you are looking for. And guys, we have the same magical tool that we did in the tone curve. So let's use that. I'm going to choose this color right here. And I can just drag to change the luminance because I'm in the luminance right now. And Lightroom will pick the colors that affect that part by itself. You can see right now it's using both yellow and green because the place that I have selected contains both color. So let's double click on the text to reset them. Let's have a look at another example, this truck right here. Let's move it down and move it up. And because the truck and the mountains have similar shades, I am now affecting both of those shades. Just in case you didn't know which of these affect the part that you want to change, you could just use this tool right here and change the and make adjustments to it. Let's reset that. And this is how the HSL color works. HSL panel works. And if we go in all, we're just looking at all of these placed right under each other. So it's not, you know, they're all under each other. Instead of me going to each one of these tabs, I could just list them all underneath one another. Now let's start with hue. I'm not really liking the green right now. I personally think it could have more of a autumn tone to it. It could be more greener. So I can simply move my green to the left to bring more yellow into the color. And by simply moving it this way, I have achieved that. This is before and this is after. So I've done that. Now I think my green could be brighter. I feel like it's too dark. Let me go in luminance. Let's reset these guys. I can just move the panel, move the slider to the right. And I've now made it brighter, just like that. And I think that my green could have more color into it. I can just move my green slider into saturation tab and boom, already there's a lot of color. I have adjusted the color to the way I like by simply moving 3 sliders in 3 different tabs. Now guys, notice that both of our grass and our truck, our truck cart, I guess you can say, have similar colors. So when I move, let's say luminance, I'm also affecting that cart. Now in these cases, what do you guys think we should do? I want to adjust a selective part of my image. As you guys recall, we talked about the top bar up here. If there's any part that I do not want affected by changing the colors, I could simply use any of these tools, of these 3, to mask out the areas that I don't want them to be affected, or the other way around if I want them to be affected. I'm not going to get into this right now because we already talked about how to use the brush tool. Right now, all our focus is on this panel right here. Let's reset the green. I'm just double clicking. This is a helpful thing to know in Lightroom. And I want to move to another color. Let me choose the sky. Now, because I don't know, like it's a sky, it has some purple in it, it has some blue, some aqua. I don't quite know which one of these I should be moving. So I'll use this tool right here. I'm going to grab maybe this part and I want to change the hue. So if I bring it up, it's purple, bring it down is blue. I like the blue, I'm going to keep the blue. And turns out that these were just blue and aquas. Let me do the same thing to the cloud here. And it's mostly blue and some aqua. Let's reset that. And then I'm going to the mountains. I don't like the way the colors are. So let me choose a part of the mountains. Let's choose this. And I can simply change the hue, because I'm in the hue tab of this mountain. And when you use this tool, you're actually able to change a combination of these. Right now, when I move the, where was it? When I move this, you can see I'm moving the orange and the yellow at the same time. So let me bring it down to the color that I chose. I would like them to stay on the red side. Okay, is there anything that we want to change? Let's change some of this. Okay, and now I'm happy with the hue or the shades of my colors. I can now move on to the amount of color that I want. Let's go in saturation. And I think that the green is too green right now. Let me press with the tool. And I'm going to maybe lower it a little bit. And again, you can see that this is affecting the yellow and the green at the same time. Okay, I'm happy with this. Let's go to the yellow parts of the grass. And now you can see it's mostly the yellow compared to the green. And now I have changed the amount of color in this part of the image. I also think that the mountains are also too saturated. Let me just reduce the saturation, or maybe keep them a bit. Okay, I think this is good. And I have now changed the saturation of the mountains as well. Let's look at the sky. I feel like this is too saturated. Let me lower that. Okay. And now it's looking a lot better. Let's do the same thing on this side because it's a different shade compared to the other parts. Okay. And with just a few slides, I could just change the saturation of my images. Let me go to luminance. I think that the grass could be brighter. I'll just drag it up. Do the same thing to actually lower the yellow so it blends in better with the green. And then I will increase the luminance of the sky on this side and decrease it on this side. And now I can see the clouds better and they're kind of getting balanced. Let's look at the mountains in the back. Let me just lower it a slight bit. Okay, now I'm happy with the colors. And this is basically how you use the color panel, the HSL panel. It's not that complicated. You guys can always go back to your history before you started changing the colors, which would be in here, highlight tones. But once I'm done with this, I'm going to press done. And now I have my image. Let's look at before and after. And the colors are looking a lot better. They're more vibrant. And because of the vibrancy of the colors, we can better see the details, like the truck is more visible, the grass, the clouds, and the mountains. So this is how you use the HSL panel. The next panel is color grading. We will get into that in the following lesson. Stay tuned and I'll see you there. Welcome to the color grading part of our Getting Started in Develop series. In this series, we're going to explore this tab right here called color grading and learn how we could use it to further color grade our image. Again, we are focusing on the colors of our image, and this is a more generic thing compared to HSL. We're no longer targeting specific colors. We are targeting all of the colors, but we're categorizing them on midtones, highlights, and shadows. So let's get into it. For color grading, I've chosen an image that I have not touched in terms of color. This image was just adjusted with the basic panel. And now to enhance the colors and to further give it that cinematic look that I'm looking for, I would have to use the color grading panel. Now, this is the example we're going to use, and we're going to get into it. Let's go over what each of these stand for and which areas they affect. So up here we have 5 options. And the first option is the layout. So we get all 3 of our panels down here. And if I wanted to only start with one, this will only bring me the shadows. So I have the shadows, I can work on it, and then I can move to the midtones, work on that, and then I can go to the highlights. Then we have another tab for global. And what global does is essentially just having a color filter on your whole image. Let me add green. My entire image is green right now, compared to other options that I have, which allows me to only color grade a certain part of the image. And this would be like if you had maybe a colored plastic on top of your camera lens. This would have the same effect. If I had like a red plastic on top of my lens, this is an image that I would be getting. So let's reset global. We don't need global right now. Let's start from shadows. Now shadows, as it says, we're only color grading the shadows. The shadows are the dark parts of our image. In this case, that would be like her neck, this part of her towel, this part of her face. And whatever adjustments I do, I'm mainly affecting that area. So look over here, this part is more purple than, let's say, the bright part of the image. And shadows, and doing this will allow me to create a certain mood. We will get into moods in a whole other lecture, but I could change the mood of my image by color grading. So let's undo that. The next thing is the midtones. Now the midtones are the in-betweens of shadows and highlights. In this case, that would be this part of her image. It's not either dark, it's not light, it's in the middle. And this way I'm affecting the midtones of the image. Now do not confuse midtones and the global. Let's keep this here. If I were to do the same thing in global, it would be a lot more pigmented compared to the midtone option that we have. So that's midtones. And then finally we have highlights. Highlights affects the brightest part of our image. This is our highlights. Here's our highlight here. And if we change it, you can see that I'm affecting mostly this part of her face instead of this part. So when you combine all 3, you have successfully color graded your image by using each of these sliders. Let's undo this. And when I have something done in, let's say, highlights, there will be a dot here. So you don't have to go on each one to figure out which one is turned on. Just look it down here. Right now my highlight is turned on. I can just double click to reset that. Now let's go back here and then let's start with shadows. Down here we also have other options for shadows. Now like all the other parts in Lightroom, we also have presets. So I can have some presets. Let's choose this. And I can customize the colors that I want. And I can even drag them from a certain part of Lightroom. Maybe I can go down here, choose colors from this image, the blue from here. And I'm also holding, once I click on this, I'm holding this to use the eyedropper tool to extract colors from around Lightroom. Okay, let's not do that. Turn this off, and the color that I have would show up over here, and we have some custom colors as well. If we move this down, we can change the hue and saturation luminance that we talked about in this tab right here. Say if I want a red filter and it's too saturated for me, I can reduce the saturation to the amount I want, and I can change the brightness of that red to the amount that I want. Let's reset that. The hue as well. And below this, after I am done, I'll just close this off. Let's add another color, and then we have luminance. The luminance down here affects the brightness of the color that we chose for the shadows. Let's move it up and down. We can change the brightness of our purple that we've chosen. Let's undo that. And blending essentially blends your color with the colors around the subject. Now, because our color is purple, we can't really blend it in that much because there is no shades that are similar to the color that we have. The colors that we have are, let's remove this, are more on the orange side. We don't have any purples to begin with. So blending that is hard. But if I were to choose, let's say, this orange, I have a better chance of blending it in compared to purple, because we do have some orange colors in our subject already. Another option is to balance our color. I can completely balance it out, it's gone. I can unbalance it, and it kind of creates a filter on top. So if I want to balance this out, let's choose a darker color. Let me choose this. And first you can see this, again, the red is too saturated. It's kind of hard to blend in with the natural colors of her face. So I can't quite blend that. And for balancing, if I do this, it's completely removed. But if I keep it over here, I do create a nice little red tint in her shadows. Or I can not have it at all, and it'll just look like a filter on top of it. So that's how the shadows work. Let's undo this, and then we'll come back to actually color grade our image using what we've learned. The next tab is the midtones. Let's choose a random color. Let's choose blue for the midtones. I'm going to come down here. Again, I can change the hue, which is the same thing up here, but you can have a slider option if you like. Let's come back to the color we had. I can change the saturation to the amount of color that I want, the intensity. And I can also change the luminance of the midtones. Do I want them dark? Do I want them bright? I can adjust that to my liking. Next we have blending. We can blend the images, the colors. And because I've turned the saturation low, it's easier to blend. But if it was all the way up, it's not going to be as easy. It looks unrealistic. See, we got some blues over here. It's not looking too nice. And if I were to balance it, it looks kind of it has kind of a futuristic tone to it. But this all depends on what kind of look you're going for when you're editing your image. Let's undo that. And this is how the thing works, the midtones work. Again, I can pick a color by holding the eyedropper tool. Pick a color from anywhere that I like. I can even choose from the histograms. Basically anything that's in this window. Or I can choose some of the presets that are available. Let's undo that. Okay, and that's how the midtones work. And finally we have highlights. The highlights affect the lightest part, like we mentioned. Let's choose a green color. I can change the hue. I can change the hue instead of using this. I can change the saturation, remove the color, make it really intense, change the brightness of the color. And guys, you gotta be careful for these disruptions. They will ruin your image essentially. So you don't want to make it too bright, because this is what happens when it is, and we have a error right here because we have increased the highlights of a certain part too much, and now that color is gone. If I turn it on, it's back. So you want to keep everything balanced. And okay, then again we can blend the image, but that's not easy because we don't have that much greens in our photo, and it's looking like another filter. If I balance it like that, it's again looking like a filter, or I can completely remove it. And this is how each one of these panels work. Let's get to global, and this is like a filter you can put over in the entire image over each of these three, so you're affecting the highlights, the shadows, and the midtones at the same time. You can change the luminance, make it dark, make it bright, and right now, because I've darkened it so much, we have another error here, which tells me that your image has really intense shadows and it's not balanced. So let's not do that. And with global, you don't really get the option of blending because you're choosing it globally. You would just have to use these panels right here to give it a slight tint. Let's undo global. And now let's actually get to color grading our image right here. I'm going to color grade using this. This is something you would use if you want to affect all three. Let me choose like a purple here. I can change the brightness, the luminance, turn it off, turn it on if I want to see what it looked before. Come down here, I can do the same, and then if I give each one of these a color, let's say, okay, this is not okay, let's go down, give this a purple too. I can blend the colors. This is the same thing as the global. If I'm using all three to be one color, I am basically just using the global tool, but here I can blend and balance them as I please with any color that I want, but I won't get the chance to adjust the saturation, so I would have to use this. When I click on this circle right here, I can change the saturation of my color. If I turn these off, so I can see the effects I have on the shadows. Oops, let's come back here. Let's go down to shadows, and I would let's say I'm choosing a color. With this thing, I can form a straight line. Do you see that straight line? I can adjust the saturation. Above the circle, you can see the S value is changing because I'm changing the saturation. If I'm moving this around, I'm changing the hue. If I'm here, I'm changing the hue with full saturation. And to change the L, I would have to use this slider down here. So it all depends on how you want the layout to be. I'm going to color grade using individual panels. So with shadows, I'm going for a warm image. I'm going to choose let's say a yellow color. I'm going to come down, change the saturation, lower the saturation, and kind of increase the shadow brightness. I wouldn't need blending. I think it's quite blended in. Let me balance. Okay. And let's do a before and after. I have now made a yellow tint to the shadows. Here's a quick look before and after. Let's do the same thing for the highlights and the midtones. Let me go to tones. The midtones, I would want a cooler shade to balance things out. I have this cool shade right here. Again, I'm going to change the hue and change the luminance. Let's come down here, adjust the blending. Maybe I want it to be blended out and balance it to my liking. Let's have a look. Let's have a look at how it looked before the midtones. This is how it looked before the midtones. And this is how it looks after the midtones. We were able to make this part of the image more cool than the warmer side of the shadows. Finally, we have the highlights. As you can see, I used each of these, so there's a little dot underneath them. Let me go to highlights and make some adjustments to the bright side, the bright parts of our image. Let's choose a color. Maybe I'll go with red. Okay. I have to adjust the saturation, which I could also do up here. I'm going to maybe lower it. And for luminance, let's see. Maybe I want to decrease the luminance to give it a more balanced lighting. Let's come down to blending. Let's blend it out a little bit and keep it on the same balance value that we had. And let's have a look at the what it looked like before the highlight change. This is what it looked like. And this is after the highlight change. Although right now it's a bit too red, I'm going to change the color. Maybe come to this cyan part. Decrease the... Okay. I will have the brightness be on this blue part. Decrease the luminance. Adjust the blending. Okay. And now we can look at what it looked like before the highlights. That's what it looked before, and then after our highlight adjustments. Let's have a look at the before and after. And right now it's looking a lot better. It has a more cinematic look to it. We've added some orange and cyan tones to the image, which is what I was going for. You can make it a more warmer tones. You can add more warmer tones or colder tones, or you can make it give it a sci-fi look with bright colors like yellow or green. And right now I'm happy with it. And just by using this color grading panel, we have made some major adjustments to the way the photo turned out. In terms of color, which color is the basis of all images, so color grading it is very important. And that is how you use the color grading panel in Lightroom. The next panel we're going to learn is detail. So I have adjusted the lighting of my image, I have changed the color values, and I have color graded them. Now I need to add detail to my image to bring out the, bring out the edges, maybe reduce the noise if necessary. Like you see, these are noise right here. So I would have to go on the detail panel to remove these issues that my image has. I'll see you in the next lesson where we'll learn more about the detail panel. The details bring out every element of the subject that you have photographed. Without detail, our images will not be clear to those who see it, and they kind of ruin all the hard work that you had to develop that image. If I have spent hours adjusting the lighting, the colors, it would all be damaged if my image has no detail. So the detail is another important thing that you need to focus on when you're using Lightroom to edit your photographs. This is the panel right here. It's right below color grading. And it has this option to turn off the preview. This is the first thing that's going to come up. It's the preview. How you can use the preview is by clicking this guy to choose a part that you want to focus on. As you can see, it zooms in quite a lot. So I'm going to go to the part that we mentioned earlier that has a lot of noise. Let's go somewhere here. So we have some eyeballs, some eye whites, and some of the lashes. Using this preview, or I could even have a preview, I can even see my image here, as in what it looks like from afar. So I have like 3 previews right now. I can now do the adjustments and then come back up here to see how they have affected my image. Now, the first option is sharpening. As the name suggests, you are sharpening the edges of your image. Let's have a look at how that would change. Now I have sharpened my image. From afar it looks okay, but now that we're zoomed in, there's so much noise right now. There's so much noise and it's disrupting the image. If I zoom in, you can see all of the noise that was created by simply moving this slider right here. Let's remove that. This is what it looked before, and this is what it looks after. It does sharpen the edges, but it does introduce a lot of noise. So again, it's something you want to find the perfect balance. And most times you won't even need sharpening, like your image is pretty sharp. But there are times that you would need to enhance those edges by increasing the slider. Zoom out. And then I'm going to keep an eye on this right now. Then this radius. What radius does is control the amount of, like you see each of these pixels, it controls the size of those pixels. So if my sharpening is at 100 and I increase the radius, do you notice a difference? Those little dots have now been enlarged compared to before. This is what they look like. Let's keep it that way so we can look at the other ones. And then we have detail. Let's move detail. And now it's looking like a painting because it's so, because we've lost the edges and now they're all full of noise. It looks like a painting right now. The detail enhances the details that are in that section. Right now that's the eyelashes for me, the pupil, and the waterline. So if I increase the detail, it tries to enhance those details, but because there's so much sharpening going on, it kind of didn't do a good job. So let's reset all of these. And if I turn a little bit of sharpening and I want more detail, pay attention to the eyelashes. They're getting darker, and when you first apply some sharpening, these guys are already set on default, which is a good place to start. And I wouldn't recommend turning it to 100 because you're just ruining your image. And from afar, you can't really tell. Let me just turn all of these on. You can't really tell what's going on, but as soon as you zoom in, you can see, you can look at all that noise that's ruining your image. Let's zoom out. So when you're working with detail, I definitely recommend that you turn this guy on and also zoom in from time to time to see if your image, if your image is smooth or not. Let's move out. Okay, I'm going to turn these off. And oh, we actually had another thing. When you enable masking, you're limiting the effects of the sharpening to certain areas. And those areas are often the areas that have the sharp edges. So in my case, that would be the eyes, the lashes, the outsides of her face, her eyebrows. And when I mask it, those sharpenings will not be affected, will not be on her face, because the Lightroom chooses the places with edges. So this skin, because there's no edges on the skin, it's a smooth surface, those areas get masked out and will not get as sharpened as the other parts. When I mask, or to small areas that have the most edges. Let's do that again. So see, that's like around her nose, around this part, but we're not getting that much noise in the flatter parts. Let's have a look at her eye. So whatever we do is limited to the actual edges of the subject, like around her pupil and her waterline, the lashes, but not that much in the whites and not that much in the face. So let's turn that off. I get all that noise in the smooth surfaces of her face. Now let's say this is how I want the image to be. For some reason I need this much sharpening because my image wasn't focused or anything. I can come down here and reduce some noise. Let's turn this all the way up, and what noise reduction does is remove all of those noise. And you can see that it removed all the noise as best as it could, especially on the smoother parts that do not have any detail, like her skin. Let's zoom out a little. Like her skin is pretty smooth right now. Let's turn that off. Notice the difference. Turn it on. Smooth skin. And this is something you would be using for for faces to smooth out the complexion. Now we have the same detail option with, let me turn these guys off to show you what it would look like without any sharpening. Let's zoom out, and we are losing some detail. You see, like her eye, it's not as detailed as it was because I've turned the noise reduction luminance to 100%. Now I want to preserve some of that detail. I'm going to increase this slider, and now I have some sharpening done around the details, but again, not on the let's find her, like not on the smooth parts of her face. As you can see, it's more on the details that Lightroom picks up on its own. Now, like the basic tab, we have contrast here, which does the same thing of adding the difference between highlights and shadows, but here it's less intense. Often contrast would introduce more noise to it, so there's a lot of times you won't be needing that. And when you do, you want to add it gradually so that you don't introduce the noise back in. We have two types of noise in images that are really natural. They all occur. The first type, we got rid of it with the first noise reduction tab. The second type is the color noise. Now, what is color noise? Color noise, if I move it up to 100, there's nothing going on here because I don't really have that much color noise. And they would appear as little specks of colorful dots. They would be in reds or red, greens, and blues. And they would appear in colorful images, but right now, as you could see, I'm not seeing any of those specks. So adding color noise reduction is not going to be a help for me because I don't really have one. But if you're shooting wildlife, landscape, you would definitely need to use the color tab. And just like the panel above, you are reducing the noise, but this time you're focusing on the colors. But that's not the case right now. I'm going to show you a different photo where we can kind of see that color noise. Let me show you guys this example that we just did, and let's zoom out on the clouds. Let's wait for the preview. Okay, we have this image that we adjusted earlier, where we messed around with the HSL panel to change the color tones and shades. And right now, this image doesn't really have that much color, but I'm just going to show you how this option balances out the colors for you. I don't actually have a lot of color noise, but this is Lightroom's way of thinking that those are color noise. But in fact, it's picking up the main colors and it's affecting the shades of it. And if I were to use a color thing, I could just bring back the detail, rescue the details from the color smoothness. I can further smooth those adjustments, and I could always come back and adjust it to the way that I like. You can always go back here to adjust it to the way you like when it comes to colorful images like this one. Let's zoom that out. And that is the end of the explanations. Now let's go back to our image, this guy right here, and actually use this detail panel to add detail and reduce noise from our image. Let me undo all that I did so far. So zooming in, I'm going to go on her lips, for example. I'm going to go to like her, below her chin, maybe. Okay. So here you can see, without me turning on the sharpening, I have zoomed in on one of her main features, a feature that's clearly visible from our image. And without me turning on any sharpening, you can already see the noise on her lips. And I'm just trying to show you guys that no matter what you do, there's going to be a big chance that your image has noise. Even though it might not look like it from afar, you want to make sure you zoom in to make sure that the smoothness and the sharpness is well balanced. And now I have to work on her lip and remove the noise. So I am going to turn on sharpening a little bit. Lower the radius, preserve the detail, and mask it out to the detailed area only. Now let's reduce the noise. I'm going to increase this, and already you can see it's smoothing out the noise in that inner lip. I'm going to preserve the detail, not too much, that much, and also give it some contrast, which further adjusts the lighting of that area. I'm going to zoom out because that's looking good. Keep the detail and smooth that out. Let me go down here. Let me go down here and you remove the details from her lip. Add that up. Increase the luminance. Remove the details. And now it's smooth. Let me come up. And her face is actually looking pretty flat right now. I'm going to reduce the luminance. Okay, that's looking better. Let's zoom out. And yeah, I'm going to increase the details as well. And I think that's good right now. Let's zoom back into her eye. Actually, we need more detail, less detail actually. Lower the increase the luminance. It's too much. Let's go around here. Over right here. And guys, don't expect to fully remove all of these little pixels, because then we wouldn't have any details in our work. So we just want to have them to be a bit limited than they were before. Let's zoom that out. And now she's looking a lot more detailed but smooth at the same time. I'm gonna go on her face, and her face is pretty smooth. And this is, if you encountered stuff like this, you could always use the spot removal. Let's actually use that to show you how it would work on a example for skin. Reduce the feathering. Should make it bigger actually. I wanted to, like, oops, that's too big. This much. I'm gonna let Lightroom find a spot that matches that area. But this is actually a wrong spot, so I'm going to drag it and help Lightroom find the right spot. And now I've got rid of that little spot that we just had. So now that I'm done reducing the noise, our image is looking a lot better. Let's have a look at the before and after. And I'm happy with the way I've made it. If you pay attention to her skin right here, we have smoothed out those pigmentations, and we have given her a smooth skin. But there's a lot more to be done when it comes to skin retouching, and we'll get into that in another lesson. For now, this is how you use the Detail tab. In the next lesson, we're going to learn about the following, and then you would know how to use the Develop tab fully without any confusion. So I'll see you in the following lessons. In this lesson, we're going to learn about the Lens Correction tab right here. And what it does is basically, as the name says, it corrects the mistakes that your lens brought to the photo. Not your camera, your lens. So let's hit this triangle to expand it, and we will learn a bit more about it. So it has two options. One is profile and one is manual. So this profile part is, you're basically giving a preset to Lightroom for it to use so that it can fix the errors for you. Now, chromatic aberration, they normally show themselves as bits of color, sometimes purple, blue, and colors like that. And we will get into this with another photo example. But for this one, right now, this image was taken and it has some sort of distortion to it. It has a fisheye effect. And we also have these dark corners, and these happen because of my lens, or this dude's lens. And I can just click this to remove any chromatic aberration. It's an automatic thing. And then I can add a profile correction, and these are based on the presets. So you would have to choose the lens brand that you have, but I wouldn't know what this guy used, so I'm not going to get into this. And also the model, and also there's only one of these, but you can add some if you want. And based off your lens model, Lightroom already gives you a preset to work with. But I'm going to turn this off because I don't know what this dude used. So enabling it this way, it's really easy. You don't have to do anything. But we will get into the more manual side, and also down here. If we turn this on, let's say I'm just going to choose Nikon for now. I can change the distortion and also the sides. I can fix that, which is caused by the lens. This is what I looked before. It's what I looked after. it got rid of those. But we're not going to really talk about the automatic presets. So let's undo this. And I'm going to get into this with another example. Instead, we're going to go to manual. Now in manual, you have a lot more control over how you correct your image. And the first thing you're going to see is distortion. What distortion does is what the name says. It gives your image a kind of fisheye effect, or it removes that effect. And constraint crop is basically you tell Lightroom to crop out any of these white areas. So if I enable this, it will crop the image without the whites, which is a helpful thing to have. Let's go back to before this. And right now it does have a fisheye effect, so I'm going to reduce that by going to the right. Now it's looking normal. Let's enable this. And now my image looks a lot better. You guys can see she's further from the camera and it has less of this fisheye effect. Now that was our mistake 1. We fixed the first mistake. We corrected the lens. The second mistake, we're going to use this in another example, like I said, is the dark corners around the image, which again, I did not add this. The lens caught this on its own, and it's pretty common. Don't worry that maybe your lens has an issue. These things happen all the time, and that is why the lens correction tab is in the develop part of Lightroom. You can always just fix anything that's not right. And also in the first couple lessons we did talk that you could apply certain adjustments during importing your image. So I could apply lens correction to my images while they import, so I don't have to deal with this while I try to develop my image. Okay, that's that. And then we can now get rid of the dark corners. Let me undo this. I can remove the amount, or so I can increase the amount by coming this way, or completely remove the amount by doing this. You can also change the midpoint. Let's see, do you want it to be more on the outside? Right now it's affecting the outside. We've reduced the size of the midpoints right here. Or do we want it done to the whole image? And that's what we wanted. But we're actually going to reduce it back to where it was, to default, because we don't want the subject to be to get caught into this adjustment. We just want the sides. So now let's have another look. Okay, and now we have gotten rid of these dark corners just by moving a few sliders. And right now I have corrected my image. Let me zoom into the maybe her hat and look for any chromatic aberration. I'm not seeing anything. Let's move using this. And it's always helpful to look for chromatic aberration from your image, because they're not that easy to see. Okay, right now we don't really have one. So I would say that my image right now is corrected, and I can move on with the other adjustments above this to further edit my image as I want it to be. Now let's look at another example where we can apply this panel right here. I'm going to choose this image. Now as you can see, this image, there's a lot of detail. There's so many colors. There's different lighting, and there is a guarantee that there is going to be chromatic aberration. I'm going to zoom in on the trees here. You can look everywhere, but usually they would, I don't know if you guys can see, but there's this purple hue coming from the trees. So I'm going to zoom in, and yep, these are what they look like. Chromatic aberration. They come in colors like we mentioned. And guys, a lot of times when you zoom in, you will notice these red dots. Now don't panic, these are not permanent in your image and they won't be here when you zoom in on another device or another program. These are white clippings, they just appear sometimes when you zoom in. Just hit J on your keyboard and they're gone. So that's something you should know so that you don't spend time trying to remove it. That's not how it's removed. Okay, so I got quite a lot of colors. I have some purples, I have some blues, and I'm going to use a different option here to remove these coloring. Now, because these are purple, I can just move the slider and already they're gone. This is what it looked before. This is what it looked after. And we call these colors chromatic aberration. So now you know what this slider is for. And let's have a look at the automatic version, see if it works just as well. In our case, it does not work. We could just go to the manual and use it for this example. It would work on others, you just have to see. Now let me look at the other parts, see if we've successfully removed all of the chromatic aberration. And I'm not finding any more. I think we've gotten rid of it. And you could actually use other colors. Sometimes it would appear as green, it would appear as blue. Again, it will appear as purple, And you could just simply move these tabs to remove the color that you're trying to get rid of. Right now for me it's purple. And after coming this way, I did notice some blue here. You guys can probably see it is a dark blue on the edge of my tree. So I'm going to find blue here, I'm going to move it to the left, and it's gone. Let's reset that. Do you see the blue? Move it to the left. It's gone. Let's try the same thing with the red here. The red is gone. Here's what it looked before. Here's what it looks after. Let's find other colors. I don't think I can see any more colors. I think we have successfully removed. They move at the top of the roof. I'm not seeing anything else. Maybe let's zoom out a little bit. Maybe we're too zoomed in. And no, I do not see any more. Let's look at this, looking good. And guys, let's zoom into the part that we just corrected. Was it here? And here's the before and here's the after. As you can see, we did remove some of those purple lines that are visible. Let's move to another location where we use this correction. And again, here the purple reddish lines are gone. This is what it looks after. Let's have a look at the ones here. And again, the purple hue is gone because we have defringed the image. And again, let's zoom out of this. Let me open the singular. We are seeing some dark edges on this as well. So we're going to use the same option we used for the previous image, and now it's gone. Let's have a look again. Dark edges, no dark edges. Simple technique, simple sliders, and we've just fixed our image. So that's how you use the lens correction. It's not that complicated, but it's really helpful. I can also change how distorted I want this image. We zoom out a bit. Constrain crop, and it's looking better. Let's have another look. It looks further. I did it a small amount, but if I do it more, you guys can see that there is a difference. Let's bring it back to where it was. I think this is where we were. Alright. And that's how you use it. It's really simple. I hope you guys learned a lot from this lesson. lens correction is something that you should use for every single image, because we don't want to, let's say, publish this or print it and then we'll notice all those small little mistakes that were made by the lens, and then it will be too late. We will have already published the image. So make sure you always zoom in on the details of your image. Use the navigator panel to easily move across the selected area. And that is how you use the lens correction. In the next lesson, we'll learn more about the transform tab, which is something a bit complex, but not really. It does take a little while for you guys to get a hold of how you want to use it for each style of image, but once we get to walk through it together, it won't be as difficult. Another great tool that Lightroom has to offer for further editing an image is the transform tab. Now what this does is that it transforms your image, and you can shift perspective and all sorts of things. So let's just go ahead and expand it. And we get quite a lot of options here. We got some sliders, we got the constraint crop that we also had in the lens correction tab. We got some presets. And what this panel allows us to do is to change the perspective, the angle, straighten our image, rotate it, scale it up and down, scale it in and out. And by allowing us to do this, we can have more control over how we want our image to be seen. This tab is mostly used for, but not limited to, editing buildings, landscapes with lots of buildings and sceneries, and also street photography. Sometimes when we have a street or any horizontal line, or maybe this one, where again we have some vertical lines, or this one where we have both lines. We have both horizontal and vertical lines over here. Now, I'm going to start with showing you guys the preview. We can tell Lightroom to do everything for us. And right now my image is kind of slanted. We want it to be straightened. I'm going to hit auto. And by the way, these are the images from Unsplash. Their name shows up over here. And so is this, another photographer. This is from Pixels. And yeah. So I'm going to tell Lightroom to level this on its own. So let's hit auto. And it did a pretty good job. Let's have a look at the before and the after. It's a lot more straightened right now. And by the way, if you hit the backlash in your keyword, you're seeing the before and the after in one page. Down here you can see it maybe side by side, split, top and bottom, and split from a horizontal view. That's a helpful thing to know. So right now Lightroom did a pretty good job, but let's have a look at the other presets it has. Let's turn this off, and then we have guided. What guided allows us to do is Lightroom asks us to draw two lines. I have already drawn two here. 2 points, sorry. So it gives me this box that I can use to draw out two of the lines, and based on what I given it, it has now used its own way of straightening my image. If I hit constraint crop, this is what the image looks like right now. And now it's looking good in terms of the horizontal, but it is a bit slanted on a... Sorry, it looks good vertically. The vertical lines are straight, but now the horizontal line is not. So with this tool, I can do this, or I could use it for another point, like maybe the ground. This is not that accurate. And now it did another way of editing. If I hit done, the image is looking pretty straight. Have a look at before and after. And if you notice, it kind of stretched the image too. This is something that you can do on the transform panel as well. You can stretch the images, squish it in, move it left and right, and so much more. So let me just undo what I just did. Bring the image back to the way it was. That's what the guided tool does. Then we have the level tool. Again, it's asks Lightroom to level the image out by itself, and it's a good job. It did a good job. Next one is vertical, and it fixes the photo with the vertical lines that it detects. Let's have a look, see if it did any, oops. Let's zoom out a little. Let's go to 200. Let's go to like 50. Come up. It's still a bit slanted, but it did a pretty good job for an preset. Let's look at the other side. And this side also has room for improvement. Let's zoom out. And finally, we have the full option, which allows us to, which tells Lightroom to do all sorts of corrections fully. So it's not limited to one category, it can do whatever it wants. Now let's say I allowed Lightroom to do this, and Lightroom has leveled my image on its own. I can further enhance the image, and whenever I go on one of these, I get this guidelines, which is really helpful. I can change them further to the way that I like. First one here, we have vertical. What this means is that it stretches or squishes to one side vertically. And using this, you can change the perspective. Let's say if this was the case, constrain crop. Now our image is looking like it was taken from a low angle. And it also has a fisheye effect. Let's undo that. We'll come back to this where we'll just use what we've learned and apply it to an actual image where we will edit to make it nice. The same thing goes for the horizontal. This one I'm stretching and squishing it from either side, but horizontally. Rotate is rotating the image. It's not that complicated. Now aspect squishes the image from both sides or stretches the image from both sides, both vertically and horizontally. Scaling is just, coming in and out, which is something you could just crop. It's not that unique. Let's undo that. Now you won't be using these, but it might come in handy. You can move your images to the left or to the right. And here you can move it up or down. So this is how each one works. I'm gonna hit off because it was a bit slanted when we moved it out, and right now I can't see it from its original frame. So this is how each one works. We also have guided upright tool. I'm going to I can also just use this to tell Lightroom I want this part, I want the image to be straightened according to this line. Let me also try to draw another line here. And I will bring this, and now it's straightened pretty nicely based off what I told Lightroom to use as guidelines. My image is now straightened. So I will need to use another line. Let me change this. Okay, it will need a little bit of, let me use the base of the building as a guide. Okay, I think now it's looking better. Let me go on one of these, and I think now we did a pretty decent job. Here's the before, here's the after. We didn't change the perspective, we've only just straightened the image. And now let's look at another example where we can apply these things that we just learned to change the perspective. Here I have the Big Ben as reference, photo by Henry B. And I'm going to change the perspective so it looks like it was taken from a lower angle. Well, I would need to change the vertical slider because we're trying to change it. See, if I do this, it looks like it was taken from below. And if I do this, it looks like it was taken from like a higher angle. Although you don't want to move this too much because it looks weird. And you would just want a little bit of adjustment. I'm not going to turn this on right now. We'll do that at the end. And then here's the aspect. I can use aspect to bring back right now before this it was too squished. So I can bring back the naturalness of the image by making it a little bit more stretched. And right now it's looking decent. I can even go further with this. And then a little more adjustment here. And then we can use the horizontal panel as well. Maybe make it look like it was taken from the left or from the right. Okay, and now we can also rotate it. So I can get a nice looking angle. Then finally I will use the guided tool. Let's start from the bottom here. Oops. Okay. Click and then hold to where you want. Let's click it here. Let's take another point and to click and hold to where I would like it to be. Just get pretty difficult. Okay, and now Lightroom has adjusted it further. Let me hit done. And now it's looking, these parts look pretty straight. Here's the guide. You can see that they're now equal. And now if I'm done with my image, I can hit constrain crop and Lightroom will just crop out any of the white spots for me. Let's look at the before and after. I have changed the perspective. Now it looks a lot more squished and looks like I was on a higher level before I took this. I'm not taking it from below. And that's how you use the perspective changer. Now let's go back to this image and apply the same things we just did. Let me make it look like this was taken. Maybe like this. Change the aspect as well. Make it more skinny. And then what we can do is rotate it a slight bit so it's even. And then I'll use the guided tool, or I'll just use this to make the line straight. Okay, it's looking good. And then let's change the tip. Or actually keep it as it is. Okay. Hit constrain crop. Hit done. Let's look at the before and after. I've kind of stretched it out so it does not look like the camera was close to the ground when I took it. Looks like I'm standing a bit higher in terms of level. And let's apply this to our final image where we have this lady standing on the street on the sidewalk, and already we can spot the slanted horizontal line. Let's quickly use the guided tool and find the spot that we would want to start from and then stretch that to the edge. Okay, and then I'll use another point. We need to give it 2 points. bring it all the way to the end. I think that's straight. And right now it just straightened it out using its own preset. And then Lightroom did it on its own. Let's hit done. Look at the before and after. As you can see, Lightroom kind of changed the perspective a little to meet the guides that I gave it. So it's really helpful when you have a lot of straight lines and a lot of towers in your image. Let me use the guide to make sure. I do need to rotate it a slight bit. Okay, and now it's straight. Also, let's change the horizontal line to make her seem more flattened. Then I would need to rotate it a bit more because I just disrupted the thing. And now I'm happy with it. Let's look at the before and after. I have changed the way the image looks. This is how you use the, let's also turn this on. While you do this, turn this on, it's helpful. This is how you use the, although we do have some parts that we've missed. Let's further rotate this. Okay, now it's straight. And this is how you use the transform panel in Lightroom to transform your images into other perspectives, give it new angles, change the aspect, scale it in, scale it out. Let's actually use the scale tool to kind of just have her. Just use the scale tool, and I can use the offset to bring her a bit to the middle. Let's keep her in the middle. Okay, now she's in the middle. We've used, we zoomed in. Okay. We've zoomed in quite a bit, and I can also change the Y offset, maybe move her up or down. Let's bring her a bit down. And let's have a look at the before and after. It looks completely different. I hope you guys were able to learn how to use the simple sliders to change your image and transform it into a whole different one. Before or after you've done color grading and did the basic editings that we've learned so far. In the next lesson, we'll learn about the two final panels of the Develop tab. And after this, you will be done with the basics of editing, and we will get into more specific types and how we can apply each of our techniques that we've learned so far to different categories and styles of photography. So I will see you in the next lesson. So what makes an image edited in the right way? What are the factors that contribute to a good image? Well, apart from the factors you would use in capturing the image with the camera, the factors that you would have to use while editing an image are pretty simple, but it takes time to master them. These three things are light, color, and detail. Now, light is about how bright your image is, how dark those shadows are, how bright those highlights are, and all of those that contribute to the image and the subject being clearly seen to those who see the image. And if we miss any of these while keeping the other two, the image is incomplete. If I have a perfectly exposed image, I have balanced the highlights and the shadows, I have the colors, they're well saturated, the colors are, they have harmony among them, but my image is blurry, then I have not edited my image the right way. The other way around also works. If I have the perfect colors, I have the perfect detail, my image is sharp, the colors are matching, but it's underexposed. So if I edit an image while skipping out on any of these factors, the image would be incomplete. So whenever you're editing any type of image, whether it's black and white, whether it's a macro image, if it's a sci-fi image, any style, any category, these three factors need to be in that image. Now, I'm going to get into I'm going to be more specific with what each of these are and what they're shown as in Lightroom. So when we look at any photo editing software, we do come across each of these tabs. I'm mainly focusing on Lightroom right now, but you would be able to find any of these in any other software. So let's start with light. Light is composed of the following categories in Lightroom. The first thing that you see when you want to edit an image would be below the white balance, would be the tone of the image. And that counts for the lighting of the image, the exposure, how bright or dark the overall image is, the contrast, the difference between the lights and darks of the image, highlights, the brightest parts of the image, whites, the white parts of the image. This is more general compared to this. Shadows, the darkest part of our image, blacks, the dark parts of our image. When we control each and every single one of these, we are controlling the lightness of our image, which allows us to see the other two parts of the image. So if there is no light in the image, I cannot see the colors or the detail to begin with. So I would say the light is the most important thing. The same thing goes for us. If we see a world without light, if all the lights were turned off, there was no sun, we cannot see any color or any detail in our daily lives. So light plays a big part in everything. And without light, we wouldn't be able to see color or detail again. So when you edit an image, you want to make sure you are adjusting every single one of these to make your image seen and for the subject to be well lit. So we have gotten into these. We will get into these in the following lectures. You'll learn how to control each one and what each of these do when looking at the example image. The next section is color. Now, the things that contribute to color in Lightroom are vibrance, saturation, color luminance, temperature, and tint. Hue and saturation, the hue also counts for this, and the calibrations, but those are something that you would want to add on to. They're not as vital as these are. That's why they're not included here. So what is vibrance? Vibrance targets the parts of the image that aren't that saturated to begin with. So if we have a sky that is a really light blue color, we would need to use the vibrance tab to bring more color to that area. And saturation, these two do get a bit confusing. A lot of times when you start out, you wonder which one is what, which one should you use first, and that is completely normal. What saturation does is that it controls the intensity of that color. So if I had that really pale sky and I brought some vibrancy to it, I can now adjust how intense I want that blue color to be. If I move the saturation up, it would be very intense. It would look almost cartoon-like. And if I bring it all the way down, I'm removing all intensity, making the image colorless. When you are editing an image, you want to first start with vibrancies to set the color out, to identify and pick out those colors first, and then adjust how intense you want those colors to look. The next thing is color luminance. Luminance stands for the brightness, and color is the color. So we're talking about the brightness of the color. Again, let's use the sky as an example. The blue sky, do I want the blue to be light? Or do I want the blue to be darker? Now, this is not talking about the shade of blue, it's talking about the brightness and darkness of the image. In the following lessons, we'll learn about the how this works and how this is about the brightness and not the shade of the color. Don't confuse these. You shouldn't confuse these, they're not the same thing. The next in line is temperature. Like the name suggests, It's about how warm or cold the image is. And a lot of times temperature is used to balance the colors in the image or to create a certain mood. If you've all watched movies before, and if you look at the flashbacks that the main characters have, a lot of times the warm color, like a warm temperature, is used in that scene to create a warm and friendly area. But when you use cold, it's trying to show something mysterious, something sad, and something that's far off. So you can use the temperature to 1, set the mood, and 2, balance the colors. Let's say if I have a lot of blues in my image, I didn't change them, just like it's an image of the ocean, let's say, with a really blue sky, and we have blue on blue, I would use the temperature to balance it out. The other thing that helps balance an image and give it a mood is tint. Now, tint, unlike temperature, is about we have the slider. It goes to either magenta or green. These two, again, can create a certain mood and can complement the colors that you already have. So we will learn about how these affect an image in upcoming lessons. So don't worry if it's a bit confusing right now. You will learn what they each do. And finally, we have detail. Like we mentioned, an image without detail is an incomplete image because we can't really see the sharpness of the subject. Where is the subject? Even if the image is completely blurred out, you cannot identify the subject, and naturally the human eye would not be able to focus on that. If you're scrolling on Instagram and you see a completely blurred image, that image will not catch your eye, so you would just skip over it. That's why detail is really important. Highly detailed images are what captures the eye. But again, you shouldn't go overboard and add so much detail that the image becomes full of noise and it's looking crooked. We're going to see how that plays out in the upcoming lessons. So the sliders to contribute to the detail of the image include sharpness, dehaze, clarity, texture, noise, and lens correction. Now, sharpness is about the sharpness of the already existing edges in the image. So if your subject is wearing glasses and the edges of the glasses are already there, you would use sharpness to further sharpen the edges of that glasses. You're not adding to anything, you're enhancing what's already there. Now, dehazing is not something related to sharpness, but it does unhaze your image. When you first take an image, it has a kind of a fog over it, and dehazing helps remove that. So it adds a lot of detail to your image, and personally it's my favorite slider because it can do so much with just moving it a little bit. But again, like any other sliders, you should also be aware of going overboard with this slider. Now, clarity brings out the textures in the edges. So if your edge is not looking as like you can barely see it, you would use the clarity to further bring it out. Clarity also affects the areas that don't have edges. So let's take someone's face, for example. If I increase the clarity, not only am I sharpening the lip area, for example, I'm also sharpening and exposing the like my pimples or the texture of my skin. Again, this is not something that you would want to go overboard with. This also affects the lighting of the image too. So it's a really effective tool when you're editing an image, and you want to use it gradually so that your image does not look crooked. Texture brings out the texture of the image. Let's say we're taking a photo of a wooden box. Now the wooden box already has a lot of textures. When we're using the texture slider, we're enhancing the texture of that part and not the sharpness. They're not the same thing. Let's look at another example. If I'm taking an image of an orange, and the texture of the orange is there, I'm going to use the texture tab to further bring out the little bumps on the orange. And that texture is something that's used a lot on macro photography or some images that are really close up on a subject or an object. Now, a lot of times when you're working with these, you will end up creating noise. Now, noise comes in two categories. We have color noise and we have regular noise. Noise show up as little dots all across your image, sometimes only in certain parts, but they're already there when you take an image. It's not something that you should worry about when you see it. But when you do use these guys, you tend to increase the noise. So after you're done with these, you need to make sure you reduce the noise to balance out the image. They're going to show up as little dots all over the image, and you just simply need to reduce and smooth out those areas without affecting the edge and the sharpness of the image. We'll see what they look like in further lessons. And lens corrections. Like we mentioned earlier, there are going to be some errors in your lens when you take an image. This is not something you should worry about. It happens to every lens and every camera. And what they look like is, first of all, the corners could be dark or bright. You need to fix that. And sometimes you're giving the image a fisheye effect. And you could fix that effect in lens correction, or if your image is looking too flat, you could give it that fisheye effect in lens correction. Now, in lens correction, you also have something called chromatic aberration. What this looks like is that, again, it's something natural. It will look like blobs of color. It's normally blue or purple and other colors, and they would show up on the corners or the edges of your object or sometimes the subject. So let's say I have a photo of a drawer, and if I have chromatic aberration at the edge of my drawer, there's going to be this green line. That is called a chromatic aberration, and I can use it by simply moving, either automatically removing it, telling Lightroom to remove it, or I can manually defringe the color out of my image. We will see what that looks like in further lessons. So these are the principles of any photo, whether you're taking the photo or you're editing the image. Should always keep these in mind, and we're going to see examples of how these affect an image overall. So I'll see you in the next lesson where I will show you the examples and we can talk more about the importance of these guys. I'll see you in the next lesson. Welcome to another part of the Lightroom Develop panel. We're talking about the right panel where you make all of your developments for an image before you export it. Now in this lesson we're going to go over effects. It is the one to the final one, and in this lesson we're going to learn what this does and how you could use it. So let's go ahead and expand it, and the first thing you see is post crowd vignetting, and what this does is that you're adding a darkening effect or lightening effect to the edges of your image. Now you'll understand more once we get into it. The first thing we see here is the style. We have highlight priority, color priority, and paint overlay. I'm going to get into these after I'm done telling you what the highlight priority is. So the first thing you would do with this effect is add an amount. Moving it to the right actually brightens up. Again, you can see that moving it to the right brightens up the corners. So if I move it here, you can see how bright the corners became. If I move it to the left, you can see how dark the corners became. It's a matter of what kind of style you're going for and what is in your image to begin with. Most of the times you would use darkening compared to lightening, but again it depends on what is in the image. So now that I have my vignetting done, let's say this is what I want, even though this is not looking that natural, we have a option called midpoint. Midpoint is, as the name says, it's the middle point, and this you're choosing how small or big you want this midpoint to be. If I move it to the left, I am making that midpoint smaller. If I'm moving it to the right, I made it so big that it's barely there. We only have these little corners. And the next thing we have is roundness. This is how round you want your midpoint to be. If I move it to the left, it becomes a four-cornered shape. So I have no vignetting done right now because I moved my midpoint to the largest scale and I removed the roundness in general. But let me make this smaller. If I made it smaller, I would have a four-cornered shape or a rectangle. And if your image is a square, it would be a square. And this is now I've added this like old film style effect to it. But if I move it up, it's a circle right now. If I move it like this, it's an oval. And again, you can adjust this to how you want your image to be seen. Okay, now I'm going to increase to show you feathering. Feathering, as we talked in the adjustment brush lesson, it controls how smooth the edges of your selection is. If I remove feathering, you can see how rough these edges are, and it looks like it's the end of a cartoon series right now. It's going to close in right now and the episode is over. This is not something you would want with this image because we're losing everything we had in the other parts. If I increase the feathering, I've smoothed the edges so much that everything is covered and I'm only getting this tiny bit left as it was. So you want to adjust feathering to a right amount. Let me add this, maybe this is how I want the vignetting done. The midpoint is fine. Let's feather the edges. I'm going to reduce the... Okay, I think this is good. Let's have a look at the before and after. I'm going to keep it like this to show you what the highlights does. And when you're doing this, especially when you have a sky, you're losing a lot of highlights here. What the highlights scale does, it saves those highlights that you lost when you did this effect. So let me add the amount more so you guys can see. See, it's saving some of the highlights, like here were just highlights that we lost. Pay attention to here. If I remove it, it's darkened. If I add it, it's lightened. This is great for landscape images or if you have a lot of highlights in those corners that you were trying to darken. So let me reset these. And if you just reset amounts, you don't need to do that for all of them. I did a mistake here. And that's how the highlight priority works. It's basically the same for every panel, except in the last one, we're trying to save those highlights. And with the style that you choose, that would be different. Color priority, it rescues those colors. Though we don't have much colors right now, so it might not be as effective. So let me just, let's say I want it to be this much. And yeah, as we're getting some changes here, but because I don't have much color, this is not really working out. It's again saving the highlights. But if you had a colorful image and you had a lot of color in the corners, this style would be suitable for you. The final one is paint overlay. Now what paint overlay does is that it doesn't care about the highlights or the colors. It just puts the vignetting done on top of the photo, no matter what it's covering. So it's the same thing here. You got the same feathering, you got the same roundness, midpoint, and amount. Okay, now that we know how to use this, let's actually use what we learned to add vignetting to this image. Okay, so I have an image here. There's a lot of light in the corners, except this corner, but that's just a cloud. It's okay. The main subject in my photo, for example, is this little boat. But obviously I cannot use the midpoint to drag all the attention to this tiny subject here. So I would have to keep the main subject and the main attraction to this part where it's the mountains, it's the water, the clouds, and the sky. So how can I do that? I can use the lowered midpoint and create a rectangular shape rather than a circle. Because with landscape images, that's something you would want to go for in order to keep the attention on most of your images. But if it was a portrait of someone, for example, I would have to use a rounder midpoint because their face is more on the rounder side than a rectangle. And the face would usually be in the middle, so that having a round midpoint is perfect for this. So let's go back to our image, and I'm going to use the highlight priority because I have mostly highlights in my corners. And now let me darken the edges, or I could lighten them. I would actually like it to be lighter because when you have it on reset, I am getting some dark edges. I'm going to keep it light, not in an unusual way. I'm happy with my midtones, although I want them to be more on the square side, on the rectangular side, sorry. And then I can round, I'm using the midpoint to make it, to expand it, the selection that I want affected. Then I'll use the round point to keep it more on the rectangular side. Okay, so let's see what I've done. Okay, let's actually move it to the right. And I think this is good. Okay, let's go back to where I was. Okay. And then I have already feathered it out. And now I have fixed the edges. I wouldn't say fixing because that would be the lens correction. I have added an effect that I wanted. Let's look at the before and after. I have slightly lightened up the corners of my image. I'm going to show you how to do it the other way around, darkening up those edges so you can have a good look at how it would look like. So let me darken that, keep the midpoint as it is, keep the round point as well, the roundness, reduce this a bit, and now I have darkened the edges. Got the before and the after. Though in my case it does not look that good, in my opinion, but this is how it would look like if you used it. You could even reduce the amount, so it's a slight change. Okay, that's how you use the post-crop vignetting. The next thing in the effects panel is grain. Now think of grain as thousands of little grains of rice or grains of anything on your image. This adds a texture. Let me zoom in. This adds a certain texture to your image, and it's perfect for vintage images or any other images that you want a lot of texture on. Now the difference between this and the texture is that the texture tab in the previous panels would bring the texture from the image itself. But grain is actually adding something new to the image. Let's go ahead and add this. And let me go to 100. And from afar you can't really tell, but if I were to zoom in, let's say by 400%, look at that. That is what grain looks like. This is what it looked without it. This is what it looks with it. So yeah, we have like millions of little grains on our image right now. And This is great for adding a certain mood to your image. This is used on portraits, on landscapes, and you can use it to create a certain mood that you want. Now, if you don't like how rough it is or the size of it, you have that option to change. So size, I can make it super small. It looks pixelated right now. Or I could increase it and the whole subject is blurred out, like I'm not getting any detail. I lost all the sharpness. So you would want somewhere like a medium amount. And as for roughness, if you don't like how rough it looks, like right now it's really rough, again it's looking pixelated, you can actually smooth it out by moving to the right. They're no longer like little dots, they've now expanded into these swirly lines. And that's how you use the Grain tab. So let's zoom in, and I'm going to actually use it to make my photo look nice. I'm going to add a little grain and keep the size rather small. And as for the roughness, I'm going to keep it medium. Let's look at the before and the after. Notice the grains you see on the water. And this is just something like an additional effect. You don't need to do it, but depending on what you're going for, you would want to add it. It adds a nice touch to flat areas like the sky, the water, or like the boat. And now I'm happy with the way the image looks. Let's look at the before and after. It's not a drastic change. I've just used the effects tool to enhance my image. This is not considered a correction. It's not considered something you have to do. It's just an additional effect that you could add if you want this style on your image. So let me go back, and that is how you use the effects panel in the Lightroom Develop tab. In the next lesson, we'll learn about the final panel, which is the calibration panel. And then you would be done with knowing how to develop an image. Then you can move on to the final step of using Lightroom, which is exporting or publishing. We will get into those in two different lectures, because there's a lot to go with, a lot to learn from those tabs. Because for publishing, you would have to choose one of these modules. If you want it published as a digital form, or do you want it to be printed, there's a lot to get into. So this is it for this lesson. I will see you in the next one.
Hi again! Congratulations on completing this free 5-hour Adobe Lightroom Essentials course. It's a pretty awesome achievement, and I hope that you have enjoyed it. You are now ready to get started on creating some great stuff. If you would like to uncover all the hidden tricks, tips, and unique styles of working with Lightroom, check out the link in the description box below. The Beginner to Advanced course consists of many more hours of exercises and projects that will get you to an expert level in no time. You will learn everything about Lightroom Classic, retouching, recreating styles, and will help you master Lightroom Mobile, among many others. So if that sounds like something you want, you know what to do. Thanks for watching, and see you soon.